Step in to the outside in. I am your innkeep, E.I. Werner, and I'm so happy to be here today with you. We have such a great stream. That quiet writing at the start, I think, is kind of a cool, quiet beginning opener. As we open in, it makes it a little stiff to then come out of it. But I think this is a writing stream after all, and getting us in there is a great way to do it. So good morning, everyone. My name is E.I. Werner. I am your innkeep, and we do a weekly broadcast here where we wake up early in the morning and write together. We pursue our dreams together. People work on different projects. Right now, I'm a fantasy author, and I'm working on the mythology for a fantasy world. The 7 myths they tell and retell to reckon with the questions like, who am I? Why am I here? Does any of it matter? And on my creation myth that we've been building here over the last couple of weeks, 4 weeks, this is the 4th episode, so 4 weeks, Earth is the protagonist. So we start from nothing. We're talking about this creation myth. And ultimately, Earth is the protagonist, and that's kind of the myth that we're writing. But today we're going to be doing something a little bit different. Instead of just going to the myth writing and reading, we are going to be building out like an AI companion project. What a lot of people may not know about me, if you've only discovered me through the E.I. Werner phase, I'm also kind of a technologist. That's a fun word to say, that I worked in software for over 10 years. So pretty fluent in the AI stuff. I love tools. I was a product manager of internal tools. So kind of always looking for things to make things look prettier and cooler and more efficient and connect more dots, more threads. And AI is a powerful tool, and I use it all the time. It has a lot of limitations when it comes to writing. So I don't think it's going to be as controversial as we might think once you actually see how limited it is. I think you won't be so shocked at how we use it here at the Outside In. But let's dive in and be sure to say good morning in the chat if anyone's in here. It's a little empty, but people will shuffle in. It is quite early here. We started at 7:07 a.m. Tried to time that quite well. So today let's do an agenda here. Number 1, we're gonna inscribe EIW's 7 AI integrities. Number 2, we are going to build a custom AI project, train that project on our original myths, our 6 original myths. So these are the ones that we've written on stream the last couple of days, right? So we're going to inscribe these 7 AI insights. We're going to build a custom AI project, and then we're going to train that project on our 6 original myths. And then we're going to ask it to write myth 7. So this is what we're looking at today. We're going to first talk about integrity with AI, because I think that's the first thing it's going to rub people the wrong way. People are going to get nervous. People are going to get scared for their jobs, and it's a touchy subject for a lot of people. But I spend a lot of time working with AI. I spend a lot of time thinking about it because I'm just quite interested in it. And I wrote down some 7 rules that I use that allow me to move quite fast with this, because I feel comfortable knowing that I'm doing it with integrity. That's why it makes me move fast, because I can use the AI and know that I'm doing it in a way that I feel it is with integrity, and I can be honest about and feel good about and really believe in, even if people disagree, you know? So EIW's 7 AI integrities. Let's do these. And let's try this one. The first one is do not deceive. Okay, so at the end of the day, if you're using one of these tools, the whole key is that you're not lying about it. It doesn't mean that you have to go around broadcasting it, but you can never be deceptive. And that is our first rule. I think that if you really just follow rule number 1, you're almost always going to be okay. Okay, the integrity number 1. And I think that we can say, that AI used in brainstorming is assumed at this point. So you don't really need to declare it in any sort of way for just the brainstorming phase. But if you are using it for the writing phase, you just need to note it. No need to advertise use of AI, but do not conceal it. Okay, that's our first one. Let's get to the next one. We're gonna make moves here, team. Buckle up. Okay, then the second one. Second AI integrity. Do not start with AI. Stare out a window. What I'm trying to say here is that we've lost a lot of these with these projects. Anything, it could be really anything. I'm speaking about any major project that's going to take a couple weeks, couple months, that requires long-term thinking. Like there we are, especially with AI, we're in such a rush to just get started working and brainstorming and putting things down on paper. But sometimes you do need that walk and you need that time to just think out the window and wrestle through things. And it's really hard with our phones and with AI now to find that time. And so I think that rushing into AI is not the move. I think first you think and then you go into it. So I don't think I need to put any notes in there. Maybe not even put any more notes in here. Maybe we'll keep the notes and we can decide if we think that if they're adding or if they're detracting. We want it to be a little bit more mysterious. But yeah, let's actually talk. The empty page is scary, right? So one of the hardest, the two hardest things when it comes to being a writer is the chair, right? Sitting down and actually doing it. And then the second hardest thing is the empty page. You're staring back and empty. It's like, okay, where do I even start? And AI really does help with overcoming that first hump of the empty page and kind of getting you in the game, getting you in the room to just starting to brain dump, just starting to work. But there is still a value to the courage. But value in confronting it with courage. Okay, the empty page is scary, but there's value. And we're writing this live. The top ones are like here, and I took some notes on the side, but so this is what we have. We could go, do not stop. Does that work? Okay. Okay. Number 3, and we're going to keep refining these like as we go throughout. And keep in mind, these are working ethics for AI integrities. We have to start somewhere. Like, how do you do it? How do you start making art with AI in a way that has integrity? But that's not an obvious question because not that many people are that openly doing it. And I think the most transparent way to do it is to literally do it broadcasting live, and talk about the standards that I'm holding myself to and that I would expect other people who are going to follow these tools, these skills that I'm providing, will aspire towards an integrity that works for you. Like I think these are for me, and it's a starting point for conversation. And I think they're definitely going to change. Hopefully by the end of today, even they change. But this is the best kind of place to have this conversation, right? Okay, so the next one is do not trust AI. And some of them get more interesting, I promise, but verify. AI hallucinates. AI hallucinates. AI is often wrong. If you can't check the work, if you can't verify AI's work, you're botching it. All right, we don't need the fanciest language yet, right? This is all human for now. We're working on it literally together, okay? You got to verify, guys. AI hallucinates. It forgets things. It doesn't only forget, but it also remembers things that are not true or things that used to be true but are no longer true. And you really, if you cannot read it with a discerning eye to be able to parse if it's giving you good information, then you are if this is the wrong project for you, and you should probably be investing energy in something else or do more research up front before relying on AI so that when you are reading it, you can discern it. This number 3 one, that's a good gut check. That's a good gut check if you feel like you can understand and tell when the AI is wrong, okay? Okay, what's number 4? Let me see. Okay, this one is really important for today. All right, everybody, ears open. Let's do it. Okay, we're getting into the thick of it. Right now, we're about to get into the thick of it with practical advice only from your boy. I mean, at least I don't know if anybody else has said this, but... Okay, do not write in AI, write with AI. As you could see here in my screen, I have AI on the right, and I have another program on the left. It is extremely important. AI forgets things. Remember, we talked about that. AI hallucinates. It will overwrite itself. Like, you really cannot trust it. You can't. Following number 3, integrity 3, you cannot trust it. And so you cannot be, you're not writing if you're just spewing an AI and it's spewing answers back at you. Okay. And it'll come on into the next one as well, but must use an additional tool for writing. AI is a tool / partner, not a writing software. Okay, that's probably the first bullet. That's that we may even want to put a star on. I don't want to be dramatic, but AI is a tool / partner, not a writing software, meaning that it's not good for storing and exporting books and all the stuff of like versioning and like all the nitty gritty stuff of actually writing books. Super hard. Okay. Next one, and I know this is a little boring start, but I think that I want to set up front kind of what the integrity is, that the integrities are that we're aspiring for the rest of the session. It'll only be another couple of minutes here, and then we'll be able to reference back to them the rest of the chat. So I think it will be valuable for us. If anyone is in the chat, go ahead and holler, say hello, just maybe a little test in the chat. Say what's cooking. Okay. Number 5, do not write in AI, write with AI. This next one is really important too. Do not paste, transcribe. Do not transcribe every letter, even if wording is identical. What I'm trying to say here is that you'll see when I use it, I don't copy and paste. I read from AI and then I write on the side. It's like a little notebook. And I really believe if you are not doing this, you're cutting corners and you're going to get caught and your work is going to suffer and you're going to get frustrated and you're going to blame AI and it's truthfully going to have been your fault completely. 1 second, be right back. Sorry. Okay. All right, let's get on to number 6. This may seem a little boring, but this is the work. It's the writing stream, so we're doing the work out loud, and that's cool. I hope you're vibing and working on something good. I hope the volume is right. And everything sounds nice. And then let's get this last one in so we can keep cruising here and get into the actual meat. For anyone who's just joining us, we're writing down these unique AI integrities I came up with that I felt were like good guiding principles for me to be able to use AI quickly and with integrity. And these are work in progress, and we're going to kind of workshop them together. The last one is do not apologize. Answer. Okay, so I'm going to walk through these, and now I think it's going to get interesting. I think I didn't have a lot of good momentum at the beginning of the stream, but I think now that this is written, we're going to walk through it, and I think we're going to gather that momentum that I was looking for, hoping for. So EIW 7 AI integrities. The first one's do not deceive. This one's obvious, right? If you're sneaking, you're doing something wrong, and you're already losing. You should not be using AI for art. You've lost. Okay, wait, let me actually... A working ethic for making art with AI. Okay, a working ethic for making art with AI. Do not deceive. Okay, let's just get rid of these. Let's keep it clean, I think. We don't need these notes. I think we'll let people read between the lines here, and we'll talk through them. So, do not deceive. Obviously, that's the most obvious one. If you're sneaking, you're botching it. You're blowing it. If you're pretending that you wrote it when AI wrote it, come on. It's obviously cheating, and you're only cheating yourself, and you're not making anything of consequence. Do not start with AI. Stare out a window. I think that we talked about how when it comes to AI has really decreased that starting time, that starting period to just get into it, and looking at an empty page is a very scary thing. And AI has decreased that amount of time, but we still do need that time to stare at a window, stare at an empty page, and just wrestle through those ideas together. The next one is do not trust AI. Verify. AI hallucinates. AI is often wrong. And if you can't verify AI's work, you're botching it, right? So you need to be able to, that's a great gut check for yourself. If you are reading it and you don't know if it's good or if it's bad, you have failed. Okay, you need to do more research. So let's clean this up. Do not write in AI, write with AI. AI is a tool, a partner, not a writing software. Like, it's going to lose a track of a lot of your versions. It's not going to, it doesn't have all the tools for keeping track of versions, for formatting properly, for exporting properly, and has risks of overwriting and losing important information. And so you really need, just like we have AI and we have writing on the left here, you really need to be working in an additional tool as well. Do not paste transcribe. This is our final one here, where, not our final one, but this is a really important one where we're saying that you gotta type over everything. You shouldn't be copy and pasting into that other document. You really need that tactile connection with the typing, with the writing, etc. Even if it's identical, okay? Do not cut corners, round them faster. This one is, it's not about removing steps, it's about accelerating through the steps and making them even better, right? And so you know when you're cutting a corner, and you know when you're just accelerating past it faster. And the last one is do not apologize, answer. Like, I'm gonna be pro AI, and I'm not gonna apologize for that, even if my opinion is different from other people, but I will answer questions and I will share my opinion because this is what I believe. This is authentic, this is honest, this is earnest, this is me. Okay, so here are our AI integrities. We've got those. And now we're gonna go in and start building our custom AI project. Does anybody have any questions? Any questions, Steve? All right, let's make an AI project. So let's get just some notes up. We'll decide what it is actually we feel we need to take notes, but let's get some notes up. This is a writing stream after all. And we could say, let's create, actually no, let's create the AI project. Okay, let's create the AI project. So here we are in Claude. I don't know, we should do specs. Okay, so we are using Claude. Opus 5 language model. We have the max plan, which is $200 a month. I know that sounds crazy, but you should see what my AI looks like. You are going to get a taste of it today. And we're going to work on it together. And I think that this is really going to be good for people who are nervous about AI a bit. You don't want to you're feeling a little left behind. When people are trying to get good at a new video game, like we watch people who are really good, who are really comfortable in the UI, and you can kind of see that you actually get better just by watching, by being kind of around it, by hearing the thinking out loud. So I guarantee if you're like feeling a little bit left behind by AI and you just kind of chill out here today and relax and watch me walk through this process, you're going to have a much better understanding about how you might want to approach AI for your projects. I really, really believe that. Okay, and we're going to use the projects feature. We don't need that. Okay, so that's the specs. And then we go here. Keep in mind, we're making sure that the notes are clean because then we have them for the rest of the tool. Specs using Claude. Okay, now. So here we are in Claude. We have just the normal chat window. This is what this is what most people are most familiar with, which is just a standard chat window. But we're not using chats today. We're not using specifically chats today. We're going to come in here and we're going to create a new project. Okay. And what are we going to name this? I'm going to call it Make Myth Writing Live. Let's just call it Make Myth. And I usually put the date of creation. Some of these projects last a long time. Okay. And I don't think we need to, what are you trying to achieve? We don't need to work in this just yet. Okay. We're just going to make this project. So again, let's start again. Let's do our sequence here. Create a project. Okay. So how do you create a project? We went here to the sidebar. You can hide it. You can like it, right? Projects. New project, okay? Now we created our Make Myth project. And we're going to call this Make Myth. Okay. So now we are in the empty page. And this is one of the most fun parts of the entire process, where you have an empty project. It's an empty sandbox and you get to make it whatever you want. And we're going to start it. So the first thing I want to do for the sake of this project, I think it's actually better to do instead of speaking. The first thing I'm going to do, so I open up this project. I'm not even going to do anything instructions. I'm going to open up a chat and I'm going to start talking. Hello, my name is Evan. My pen name is E.I. Werner. My pen name is E.I. Werner. I want you to silo this project. Don't bring in any work or information from my other projects. We are starting from scratch. If you throw a little emoji, it'll throw a little love back at you. Okay, so here we go. That's it. I told it my name. Introduce yourself. Nice to meet you, Evan. Siloed it is. Clean slate. Nothing carried over. Worth knowing, memory and projects already scoped per project, so there's no cross-contamination by default. I've also noted the instruction explicitly, so it stays that way. What are we building? That was pretty good. That was pretty good. So we have a siloed project now. I have other projects that could be smart, and I wanted us to be on a level playing field. So there's a completely fresh project, and it has confirmed for me that it's not looking at any other projects. And so let's talk about what a project is. Essentially, a project is going to be a floor. Like you have the building, which is your whole entire Claude workspace, your ChatGPT workspace, and a project is like a floor, and it's going to really allow you to tailor exactly what you want with the right language, and it's going to allow the AI to really narrow its focus on the things that matter to the task at hand. And it'll also serve as a sort of knowledge repository of all the other chats you have like in this project, because if you do a new one, it'll have all the history. And so it really does serve as kind of like the perfect layer for a creative project like this. We really need to get into the projects world, and we're going to talk about how we optimize our projects and what that means, how that's going to be different from a chat. Like right now, we're just in a chat, so it's difficult to see. But stay with us, and we'll get it for you. We'll get it cooking for you. We'll have that cooking. So nice to meet you. What are we building? I am a fantasy author. I am making a fantasy world. The primary difference between, what do you guys think about that size? And I'll keep in the misspellings for now. I don't know. It's tough when it's zoomed in like this. And we can keep these up here. AI W7 AI Integrities. Okay. I am a fantasy author. I'm making a fantasy world. The primary difference between Earth and my fantasy world is that they have a different set of cosmogonic myths for their creation, how they architect the universe. I am writing a mythology with Earth as the protagonist, starting before the beginning in the primordial void. Lock in, team. We got this. I have 2 seltzers open. I didn't realize that. They call some people 2 chains. They call me 2 seltz. Okay, that's a real inversion. I want to make sure I've got it right before running with it. Nearly every cosmogony on Earth treats the world as the made thing, the byproduct, the leftover, the body of a slain god, the afterthought of a bored creator. Keep in mind, I didn't tell it any of this. All I said was I'm trying to make a fantasy world's mythology. Making Earth the protagonist means it isn't the object of creation, it's the agent, or at least the witness. That single move reshapes everything downstream. Theology, what magic is and who owes what to whom. Okay, yada, yada, yada. It helps decide early what kind of void you have because, okay, so it's spewing, but it doesn't really know that much. I think it's at least recognized that we have that the Earth being a protagonist is a unique take. Okay, so yeah, thanks for understanding. Your response is way too long. I want this to be more conversational. And bullets, please. I'll tell you a bit more. The mythology is called a mother. And then a 7-age creation mythology. There are 7 myths total, but they are all really short. Some shorter than 50 words. Okay. So, got it. Short and bulleted from here. A mother changes what I assumed. A few things it tells me. Earth isn't just protagonist. She's the one who bears. The universe comes out of her, not the reverse. Kind of. We have to clarify a little bit. Right now, AI is getting it wrong. 7 ages equals 7 stages of a life, or pregnancy, or a labor. Sub 50 word myths means every word is load bearing, closer to scripture or spell work than story. That's true. The brevity is a feature. Real creation myths get compressed by oral transmission until only the essential images survive. So we're kind of aligned. You and I are aligned. It asked me where I'm at. I have written 7. I've written 6 of the 7 in rough draft. And at the end of this, I'm going to ask you to try drafting 7. So you can see what we're doing here, team. What I've done is I'm just kind of introducing, we're warming up. It's kind of, I'm getting a feel for if it's answering. I don't want these super long answers. So you can see it's starting to give it back to me a little bit shorter here. Perfect pace to 6 when you're ready. I'll be ready for voice, syntax, the grammar, the thing that matters more than the plot. Recurring formula, repeated lines, structure. Okay, whatever. Do you already know what age 7 is, or is that the open question? I know what it is. But I want to teach you how to help me. Ready? I want to teach you how to help me. Are you ready? I want to make a Paragon. I want to make a Paragon AI collaborator for working on this creative project. I want the data management to be pristine. I think we need a master document as well as a style document, as well as individual docs for each one of the AI collaborator. To be pristine, I think we need a master document as well as a style document for each one of the myths, and one master manuscript with the latest. Okay, so what I'm telling you is we're introduced. Okay, so let's call this. Let's call that introductions. All right. Good at saying worth naming before we build it. I want to make a okay, good at saying one problem with worth naming before we build individual myth docs matter the same text in 2 places. Those will drift. That's a good call. Single source of truth. Myth files are canonical. Yeah, that makes sense. That is exactly what I meant to do, but he made that. Yes, that is what I meant. So let me be clear. We are going to make a project summary doc, a style doc, a doc for each myth, and then create a final manuscript from each myth. So you see what we're doing here? So I'm saying, okay, we're going to make it like a couple documents, right? You don't put everything in one place. You kind of want to make sure that you store different information in different places, and and I'll show you how we do that. Finally, I'm here. My internet was not letting me load YouTube for a bit. Let me see if I can read this a little bit more clearly. Let's finish your comment here. For a bit. Okay, ... That is the end of your comment. I thought I got cut off. Well, welcome, step into the outside in. William Skorsky. We are working on our AI project. We're a little bit in the weeds, so I'll tell you what we're doing. What we've done is we talked about my 7 AI integrities, the rules that I'm following for myself, that I'm setting for myself as kind of a North Star. And now we are working in here. We created a new Claude project, and I asked it at the very beginning to just wipe its memory. You don't know anything. And we're building it up from scratch. Jesse Matthew, good morning, brother. Another person who's really getting into the AI game, which I love to see. So Jesse Matthew, just good morning. And let me update you. So what we did was we set out EIW's 7 AI integrities. A little bit boring, but we have to go forward with this. If we're going to take a stance being pro AI, we have to do it with pride and with honor and integrity. I'm not going to go through them. It's a little bit boring, but we can talk about those a little bit later. And these are the North Stars that we're kind of holding it for. And what we've done is we just made our own custom AI project called Make Myth. And I opened up a chat and I said I didn't even want them to people shouldn't even make instructions, just start talking to it. And so I just told it, hey, I'm a fantasy author. I'm writing a mythology. Earth's the main character. There's 7 myths in it. I've written 6 of them, and then today I'm going to want you to write the 7th one. And now we're architecting how we're gonna have the data in here, what data we're going to input it and where. And so I already created a data schema, and you'll see me kind of put it together. So let me do this. So our structure. Let's actually take a note so maybe y'all can follow. Data structure. 1 is a master. It's a project summary doc. Doc is just implied, okay? Imagine there's just a doc after this, okay? Let's say doc. Let's not use tech geek words. Let's use normal words. Doc structure. Document structure. Okay, so we're gonna have 1 document that's a project summary. We're gonna have 1 that's a style guide, because we're going to try to ask it to help us write. We're going to have 1 for each chapter, 1 doc/chapter, and then we're going to have full. That's it, actually. The full manuscript will get compiled from these others, from these. So this is really the first thing that we're doing, and I'm going to show you exactly how we built it, how to save it properly. Like this, there's a little bit of nuance here that will actually take you really far. So. It's not that. It's really not that hard, team. I promise you got it. And again, you don't have to really follow along. Just by watching someone go through it and think through these things, you are going to be picking up on the ways you can use AI to approach problems. So this is our document structure. I said, okay, let's start with the project summary doc. Summary doc. I'm going to brain dump first, okay? Go ahead, brain dump. I'll take it all in. Okay. There are 7 myths. Let's just bang it out. We're just trying to give him as much information as possible, as fast as possible. Okay, so we have a dark, a light. Let me make sure we got a dark, a light, a sun, a daughter, a brother, a spire, a sire. So those are the 7 myths. Got to give it that information, obviously, to start ground. Like if it doesn't know the names for its project summary, it's going to be a little bit tough. You could do placeholders, but for me, I do know the myths, so I'm going to use what information I have. Yeah, okay. Now. Okay, so these are, as I'm going to brain dump more. Some is part style guide and part project summary. When I'm done brain dumping, we can synthesize and compartmentalize. Ready? And I don't care if it misspells, as long as it's clear. We move. Ready? Dump it. I'll sort of style it. Okay. So this is a myth. It should read like scripture / incantation / spell / epic poem. This is a myth. Actually, it's going to actually think that's part of the style. Okay. We use the recurring present. We use, because this is a story that has happened, is happening, and will always happen. Our style is muscular, dense, but not sinewy, old muscle, tried, old muscle. Our style is vascular, when blood pumps, it flows, baby. It flows, baby. This project is foundational, is quoted. I don't want to go too much in the world building. Maybe I even tell them, let's keep this project focused on myth writing and less on the world building. The myth must stand on its own. And then I'm going to give it an example of my first myth to teach it. So I have one myth that's really small and short and kind of easy to understand. Actually, I'll do that next. Say it back to me. Say it back to me. Okay, so I just brain dumped. And now I'm asking it to help me parse through it. That's one of the best parts about AI is the brain dump to synthesize. Here's what I've got. Genre, it's a myth, not a story about a myth. Scripture, incantation, spell, epic poem. Those 4 epic registers. Okay, it doesn't need to be that specific, but sure, I put that in there. Tense, recurring present, not past, not narrative present for immediacy, present. Okay, this is just really poorly written, but sure. Voice, muscular, dense, but not sinewy. I read that as meat, not gristle. Weight without stringiness. Nothing the reader has to chew through. He just doesn't, it's just not writing that well. You can start to see, like, these are not good sentences. Okay, old muscle. And that's why we're going to do it ourselves. But old muscle, working muscle, not built muscle, earned. Unornamental, still strong. Unornamental, I don't know about that. I kind of like the ornamental elements of language too. And maybe have a little show-offiness with that. Oil me up, you know? Here we go. So voice is vascular, vessels, visible in the strips. Okay, they're pushing too hard on my resume and it's coming out kind of trash, but it is understanding kind of what I'm saying, but it's going too far and like reaching. Scope, myth only, no world building, scaffolding, no lore cert. Okay, that has nothing to do with style. I put that in there, but muscular versus vascular sound like their intention, compression versus flow. My guess, I don't actually think we need that. I think that was just kind of what came to my mind. The 4 registers are, okay, let's go. A style, let's just keep it minimal. Here is an example of myth 1 to show you what our style looks like. Stay with me, team. We're only here. We're just getting to the good parts. A style. Let's just keep it minimal. Here's an example of Myth 1 to show you what our style looks like. So now I'm going to go back to Myth 1. Let's see what it picks up for us. So it's getting our first myth now. It's starting to understand a little bit. And right now it hasn't read anything that we've written yet. We had just been introducing ourselves and it. Oh, this is tight. Okay, it's encouraging me, but you can't always try. You can't let the. Oh, my screen just went black. Did I lose you? Oh, I'm back. I'm back. It was a display. Display flash. Okay. So it says this is tight. No verbs, not one in 36 words. Wait, I don't. Yeah, my display keeps. No verbs, not one. I didn't realize that I had no verbs in this. I kind of love that. That's a really cool thing that I didn't notice. So let's talk about a thing that AI did. Let's talk about AI strengths and weaknesses. We can just keep track of some of them. We're just taking notes. We'll clean up the notes, but strengths and weaknesses, I think it's interesting to track these. Came up with, noticed my first myth had 0 verbs. I didn't notice that. I was obviously writing, Jesse Matthew, if he's in the chat, he was deeply part of that. We were really going in undifferentiated darkness. It doesn't move. It doesn't change. That's the whole thing. But I didn't notice that it had 0 verbs in it. So that is just like a cool little insight that came from it. Metaphors. So you saw how badly it did with my muscle and my vascularity metaphors. And I think people are going to see this stuff and on the surface, they're going to think, I'm trying to use AI to replace, like I wish AI could do more. Like it has a lot of limitations on writing. I think it's really helpful as a partner, but it has a lot of limitations when it comes to actually writing. If you want the TLDR, like it's a great partner. It's not going to write that well for you if you want to write of consequence, unless you're writing like a fan fiction type thing, like something that, like a fan fiction type thing that is, or remix essentially of a book that then it can be really good. It can make really good subtle references. Okay. All one alone. That's not a pun. That's actual etymology. Alone is Middle English. All one. Alone is Middle English. All one. The line performs its own word history. Oh, that's cool. Okay, another insight. We also have to check this but let's talk about different insights. We're keeping score a little bit here too. I'm like we're doing it in real time together. The line performs its own word history, still motionless and nevertheless, and continuing. Okay, 3 utterance. The comma becomes a stanza period. I think it's slight a technology I had not had at all, where it just my screen turns black for like a full second and then comes back. I don't know what that is all about, but it is disrupting my flow. Let me try to make sure the plugs are all plugged in properly. Oh yeah, it was loosey-goosey back there, the plug. We're in business. It's great when the problem is just like obviously something. Okay. The comma to period deliberate. It's doing it again, dude. Man, I'm having another technical issue. Sorry. The fact that it keeps flashing block on my screen is pulling me out of my flow. But we are resilient. We got this. Okay, so it's asking me comment to period deliberate. Yes. Yes. Deliberate. Okay. Let's refocus here, team. That was quite weird. Okay, just the technical side, but it looks to be fixed by replugging in. All good, Evan. Luckily, no news on our end. Yeah, it's just my display cutting out. I appreciate you being here and for checking in on that. We got this. The punctuation is low bearing at the highest level. Okay, what's next? More myths or more dumb? I want to create a style guide document. Simple, not too strict rules. Simple. Less is more. Let's use .md file format. Okay, so this is a really important point here, team. .md file format. This is something you're going to hear me say all the time in this project. .md. What does that mean? Markdown. Now, you don't really have to know what that means, but this language, to use like asterisks to make italics, is called Markdown. It's how computers think. And so it's much easier for the computer to read. So let's say you provided it in a .docx, right, which is a Word document. Let's say you provided it to Claude .docx. It needs to actually load up a software that opens up Microsoft Word documents. That software then opens it up. Then it has to read all the formatting. It has to read all of the page breaks. It has so many different things that it do. If you do .md document, it's just the text. It's very simple, and the AI can read it quite easily. So whenever we're storing it, this is going to be our first, but not the last, project file that we're going to add to the project. And I want you to see that when it says download as .md, the reason why it's saying that is because I asked for it that way. Let's use .md file format, okay? So let's see what it said. What is this? A myth? So all of this is bad. We already read it. Some of it is actually okay. Some of this is bad though. Okay, so let's just write it. So let's look at it. So it gave me a first pass. I kind of just spewed at it and asked it to make me one. I didn't really like it, but it had some maybe good ideas. Now I'm going to tell it what I want, okay? For style, first section is called, let's say, tone, mythic, etc. The next section we can call is tense, recurring present. The next one we can call is muscularity, dense muscularity. Don't go over the top. This is my mama singing. Shout out Mama Warner. Never fails to disturb me. Don't go over the top. Tone tense. And then we need so it came back with a style guide I didn't really like. I wanted to make a style guide. It didn't come up with that idea. That was my idea. Then it came back with one that I didn't like, and now I'm telling you what I actually want. And so here we are, we're collaborating, right? So has it provided any value on this style side yet? No, but it had some interesting insights. And we're gonna, okay, so tone, mythic, scripture, incantation, spell, epic poem. Okay, so this is our style document, guys, and this is going to be the first thing that we're adding to our project, and it's going to, when it's writing for us, it's going to reference this style guide to make sure that it's writing in the right tone. So tone, mythic, scripture, incantation, spell, epic poem, that's great. Not a story about a myth, exactly. Tense, recurring present, this has happened, is happening, will always happen. That's my language, going great. A as timeless, recurring instance, not one of many. That's really bad. This one is not clear. Oh, this new track just came out by Carson. Shout out Carson Thatcher, composer for The Outside In. Just dropped this track yesterday. Let me raise it a little bit for y'all. I won't speak as much. Let's just listen. Beautiful new track. Yeah, Carson went off. He went off, dude. He went off. I love it. Okay, this is the one I didn't want. So right now, team, what we're doing is we're building out an AI project, and the first document we're building is kind of like a style guide. So we're building out the project summary, but it's tough to build the project summary. It's the one you wish you had at the start because it tells you about everything else. But we're building that in the background. But right now we're building out our docs. We're doing a style guide, and then we're going into each doc. Then we're going to build a project summary doc, and I'll show you how we build this advanced AI project. And so right now we're going to style. Definite article A is used to refer to a I'll read them back to you once I get them back. Adam Eli, good morning, team. Good morning, Adam Eli. Step into the outside in. It's so good to have you here. What we're doing here, Adam Eli, today is we're talking about AI, and it seems so scary, but it really isn't. All we did was we decided to make this new project called Make Myth that we're going to use to help us, like just a creative partner to help us with the writing. You're going to see by the end of this how much it really can't write, but it can serve as like a good sounding board. And by just kind of following along with these steps, you don't have to actually build anything, do anything today, but just hearing how I'm thinking about building these documents and saving them, I think it'll help you start to think about how AI might be able to help you in your own project. So it's relaxing for other people while I kind of grind and get this project architected. So we're building our style document. We're writing a book, and you're an author as well. So if ever you were doing this, I think having a style document, if you ever wanted to have it right for you, it would be good to have that happen. So the indefinite article A is used to refer to a single level timeless recurrence. And then for punctuation, I want this. For punctuation, no dashes. No exclamation points. No colons. All right, we're pretty much done with the style doc, and I'll show you how we put it all together, and then we move on to the next document. Okay, so here's our style doc, right? So we're making a myth, and we decided that the tome was mythic. It's like a scripture, an incantation, or a spell. We talked about the tense. We talked about how we use this indefinite article a, say like a dark instead of the dark. We talked about the shape of our sentences. We talked about punctuations. We never use these. Let's remove this. Less is more. Almost always less is more. So we're about to finish our style document, which is going to be perfect for helping. In order for it to even have a chance, we're trying to give the AI the best chance. So we've written 6 myths of 7. We're going to try to train the AI on our first 6 and give it the best chance it has to do a decent job of writing myth 7. I'm very doubtful. I've tried something like this before. The AIs are smarter now. I'm smarter now. And we're doing it together, and it's going to be extremely helpful for us. It's just not going to do as much as you think it's going to do. So a mother, comma, style. Here's our style doc. Look how short this is. It's really tight. Tone, tense, and okay. And so what I really want to highlight here is everybody is this. It says it says MD. And the reason why it's an MD format is because I asked it to do it. I said, please compile as a .md file. And the reason why you want .md is that that's how computers think. We don't need to overdo it. But just keep in mind that let's say you sent it a .docx, like a Microsoft Word document. It literally needs to load up a program to open up .docx to read all your formatting. It requires huge amount of energy just to open that document. If you go .md, then you just have to ask it, save this as .md, okay? This is what your computer could just read really fast, okay? And so I've been asking it this whole time to do it. Now what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna add it to the project, and I'm gonna show you what that does. So we just added our first file to the project. Agree, Jesse, always love the music. Thanks, team, I love it. All right, so here's our style guide. So here we are back in our project. And if you look, we have our first project file here, style. And in it, it says exactly what that is. Now we move on to the next one. So, and then we can call it introductions and style. I'm going to start a new chat. Whenever there is a natural time to start a new chat, you want to. When we're talking about AI, this is probably a little bit loud, maybe the lo-fi loop. When we're talking about AI projects like this, you really need to be making everything as efficient as possible for the AI so it can make the best decision possible. We're going to start when you start a new chat, when you have a super, super long chat, the longer it is, the more it drains every single time you have a chat. So this is just a simple practical advice. Just look me in the eyes, just clock it. You'll never forget once you know it. Doesn't matter the AI you use. The longer the chat goes, the more data it uses to do anything because it's looking back up the whole chat. So when you find sometimes it's helpful to have all that context right in the chat. But when you can, it's helpful to start a new chat. But look, we're doing it within the project. So now you're starting to understand the project architecture I've been building for. Now I have the style guide that's here. So this new conversation is already going to have the style guide. And I have a new chat here. So, hi. This chat I would like to use to optimize .md doc for my first myth. For my first myth only. I will share the words and also some basic analysis. Please optimize as .md file for me to read and for AI project files to read. Okay, so what am I saying here? I started a new chat. It's going to know everything about the style document. And I said, I would like you to optimize the .md doc for my first myth only. So let's give him the first myth. Oops. Guys, we're getting in a little flow state now. You feeling it? So we made our style doc. Now we're going to go one myth by one myth and add it in. And the whole time we want to be kind of making a project. Jesse Matthew, feeling the flow. I love it. The whole time we want to be we want to be thinking that we're trying to create a project summary document, but really the project summary document at the end is the one that kind of points at all the other documents. So it's right now we're kind of just going to think of it. I'm trying to teach it as much as I can about each of these myths. It's reading it now, so it's thinking deeply about my poem. Like a computer is trying to like understand my myth hardcore. How well it does, we'll see. For any insiders in the Telegram, the outside in Telegram, what did you guys think about the insight this morning? I send these daily voice notes while we wait for it to create our Myth 1 doc. This is going to be bad, okay? Heads up, this first version that it sends back is going to be bad, but we'll walk through the process. But it is only 36 words, which is kind of lit. We cover a lot of ground in 36 words. Okay. Named age 1 for the conversation. We said 3 decisions worth confirming. Text and offense block. How? Oh, it's running continuous lines. We need line breaks. How do I copy and paste in a way that you know where to break lines? This is a poem. The shape of it matters. So we're having an issue now where when I copy and paste it over, it's a poem. And it's running a command on it as it processes it to discern my intent, to understand what I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to ask. It's removing blank lines. And that is why in the document, the bulletproof myth 3 backticks. Okay, we can do that. We can do 3 backticks. What's a backtick? What the hell is this? What button? Where even is that button? Oh, is that this? Oh, it wants me to put them in sections like this. I could try that. Kind of looks like shit though. Yeah, no, that's out. I think okay, I can upload it. We're gonna upload it so that it doesn't accidentally. Just a second, it's all right. We're losing viewers here. It's all right. All right, I think we'll just go stanza by stanza. We got this. Lose some flow, you get some flow back. Okay. For this myth, it is 3 stanzas in a row of the same. It is supposed to represent the void before creation and undifferentiated, unchanging, beyond darkness. All right, let's see how it did. Dark one and only canonical reproduce exactly. Each mark is chosen. Syllables per utterance, no verbs, not 1 to 36 words. There is also how the recurring present is held without a tense. There is no verb to inflect. The fourfold one, not 4 descriptions of one word conjugated through its own history. Avoid, named in the header. Okay, this is a little complicated. It overdid it here, okay? I think you overcomplicated it a bit. Please just say myth. Please tidy and keep as simple as possible for analysis. All right, let's see how they did. The void before creation, undifferentiated, unchanging darkness is good. The stanza repeats because nothing in it can change exactly. That's exactly what we said. This is the header we asked for. Here's the body we asked for. Notes, no verbs. That's great. No action because there is no time yet. Lovely. That's my wording. One, only one, all one, alone. 4 words, all of them one. Alone is all one fused. Thank you for noticing. Appreciate you, Claude. Aloneness is not a condition the dark is in. It is what oneness said. Okay. This is a little bit shitty. Remove. If it's even a little unclear, remove. Sometimes it's just gibberish. See how we're like actually reviewing what it's saying? We're not just adding it to the project. We're reading it back. We're making it our own. We're wrestling with it. Okay. So what do we do now? We add to project. So remember we asked to make it as a .md. We come up here, add to project. Now let's look back. Oh, oops. We have our style guide and we have our myth 1 guide. And we're cruising, right? We're teaching the AI 1 chapter at a time, the myth. Starting to see how it's coming together. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break, team. I will be right back. Don't go too far. Step back in to the outside in team. Let's get the music a little lower. We're coming back. We're about to lock in. This gives us a great opportunity to kind of check in on what we're doing today. So, look, we're working with AI. I'm showing you how it can, what it can and cannot do. And I think that the best way to learn any new tool, but especially AI, is to be extremely passionate about whatever it is that you want to solve. And so I'm extremely passionate about these myths. And so if you can find that one thing, it'll cause you to push yourself with regards to using the tool to the most that you're able to use it. And maybe watch a YouTube video, watch a stream like this to see how other people are using it. And it's really about finding that right motivation about how you want to use AI, how you want to use this totem of human knowledge, right? Really, that's what it is. It's just the totem of human knowledge. There was the internet, then there's Google, right? Before that, there was libraries. Okay, so we made an AI project. We started it off just introducing ourselves and telling it to start completely from scratch. Then we taught it our style of writing. So we gave it an example, and we created a really short style document to kind of help guide it in how it's supposed to write with us. And then we went in and we made so here we go. We can call this. So we decided to make, so we're making a document for each of the 7 myths, right? They're called ages. And we made our first one. You can see it's quite tight. We have the text, a couple notes here about just the most important context. The AI came back to me, let's see how many times, right? So everything's transparent. That's the whole thing. Maximum transparency, I'm really doing it here. The AI had to come back to me a couple times to reproduce it. I wasn't loving what I was getting, but we ended up with something really tight. Mostly it was just me asking to remove it. So now we're gonna go in, and what do you think we're gonna do? Hello, look at my past chats. I want this chat to create an age 2 document optimized as .md file for my reading and AI project files. So I'll just zoom back out. You can kind of see. So we started off I just started talking to him. I just started talking to it, and then we got the style doc. We made our first myth. Now we're building our second one. So now we can say this is H2. All right. Okay. Okay, so one thing to note. Okay, this is really important, team. You could see this is quite rambly and not easy to read. I don't feel like I'm in a workflow with this. It's not formatted well. It forgot in my last chat, I had told it, keep it tight, keep it bullets. Let's keep this conversational, right? But it forgot because it's not going to look in that conversation unless I tell it to specifically to do that. It's just not going to. And that's why we're architecting everything thoughtfully when it comes to the chats, when it comes to the project files. We're just taking a second to keep it tidy, to do our homework, to try to keep the chats as small and specific as possible, and searchable as possible. So go ahead with the first stanza. All right, so a light. At once I am a light. Okay. So I'm gonna, at once I am a light, lightest of all lights, epicenity itself. I come from a dark, my form is white, all white, only white. Okay, so now I'm gonna say, I will analyze this for you. At once shows suddenness, abruptness, a severance of singularity. Okay, we're just spewing. You can even see, okay. Lightest of all lights. I'm honestly getting rid of this. I don't even like it. I'm over it. It's not saying enough. Epicenity itself is as of or pertaining to both and neither gender in a mythic register. Look it up. It's a real thing, but AI might not know about it right off the bat. Okay. But it has access to the interwebs. But you might have to sometimes it'll try. It has okay, so let's talk about AI small little snippet. It's not too techy. AI has like a base brain of a lot of things that it just knows that it doesn't have to go looking up on the internet to find out. But if you want the latest information, that brain is always like minimum 6 to 8 months out of date. Okay. So if you want the latest information and you're concerned that 6 months ago the information wouldn't be good, you actually do need to tell the AI, say, hey, AI, look on the web. That's all you have to say. But you got to say that. Okay. At once shows suddenness, obscenity is, I come from a dark that's clear, my form is white. Beauty is abstract. Keep this simple. Explain to me simply. Use bullets. Want to do each one at a time? I feel like it is going to help me. You know, if you invest in it up front, then you actually have it. Then you have that context baked into your project files and it'll pay off. So we will go through it. We'll just walk through it. I'll build it. It's a little grindy, but I want to give the AI the best chance to write it as well as it can. So, and I'm curious to see what it makes. It's like, oh, it's going over the top here with this. Verbs arrive. Okay, so yeah, before we didn't have verbs. A voice arrives. Age when I know speaker. Okay. Let's see how we drop. Ooh. I did not. I just accidentally clicked reset. Okay. All good. This is all right. So it's saying that it understands what I'm talking about. Wider sense, having both there and others at once, abrupt. Come dark descent, light is beauty. Okay. There are more stanzas, but I want you to keep it as simple as possible. It's a poem. Okay, so we're teaching an AI on taking 6 of my original myths and teaching an AI best we can to see how well it could write the 7th as an experiment. All right. At once I am alive. Okay. We say the next line is I love to be, I love to become, every light, all lights. We're saying that clearly a light's primary verb action is love. It also likes existing as indicated by the word be. And it also likes to change and emerge in complexity as indicated by the become. The every light, all lights indicates some potential goal, abstract, end game goal. And we're just spewing here. But I'm not going to let it put in garbage. I want it to put in my stuff. So it seems like it takes a while, but it really actually doesn't. Like you'll see by the time an hour passes, like we'll be deep in, we'll be very deep in. I'll have multiple myths in there. And how can it write myth 7 without all the other ones, right? It doesn't even have a chance. We have to give it the best chance. We have to give the AI we're trying to give the AI the best chance to write the best possible myth. And also to be my best possible buddy, in this process as just someone to talk to about it, aside from y'all. So, and you see how it's doing markdown. That's our .md file working. Remember, we're always asking for the .md files. Those are going to work really well for swift memory retrieval. All right. The first light, sudden, singular, undivided. It speaks, it loves. Okay, I want someone. Yep, it's working well, but we need to keep going. Okay, so the next stanza is a light severs. A light severs its singularity into duality, creates time. Also, a darkness is not as dark as a dark since light exists. Emily Hellman, step into the outside in. It's a perfect time to catch you up and catch anybody up. I think I'm getting better at even explaining what the hell I'm doing as I'm going through it. I think I'm gathering myself. I think this is one of those gathering and momentum sort of streams. So, Emily, as you know, the project that we're working on, it's mythology, right? And I am very interested in AI, but it has a lot of limitations when it comes to writing, but it has some helpful uses. And I want to show, we're doing an experiment today where I would show you, I'm trying to, based on the 6 myths we've written together, train it to then write the 7th myth and see what happens. And I think going through the exercise of trying to train it and just getting the project up to date on everything we've been working on, and thinking through it, like you don't really have to follow along, you kind of can, but you're just absorbing kind of the way to think about AI, little tips and tricks that hopefully will come in handy and maybe save you hours down the line. And so what we started with was, I just started introducing myself. I just started talking like empty page, like, hi, I'm Evid. My pen name's E.I. Werner. I'm a fantasy author. I'm writing mythology, 7 myths to create like 1 mythology. Earth's the protagonist. Here's the first one as an example. And we came up with an infrastructure for what we were going to, we came up with an infrastructure for how we were going to set up our project, our advanced AI project. And it's actually quite simple, right? So we're going to have a project summary. We're going to have a style guide, like how to write it. And then we're going to have 1 doc per chapter, okay? And then at the end, we take all those docs and we're going to ask it, saying, looking at all the project files, please write myth 7. So what are project files? So we started off not in a chat. So a new chat looks like this. We're not in chats, we're in projects. So this is a totally different vibe. And this is where you want to be. Okay, projects are where you want to be. We don't have time to go fully back on that, but projects are where you want to be. We started with 1 chat to build this first doc. We started with another chat to build this other doc, which is just a summary of the first myth. Really short, really simple. I keep stripping things out. It keeps being over the top, and I just keep only keeping the things that I actually want in there. And now we're moving on to myth 2. And that is where we are at. So age 2. And we're going through stanza by stanza and just kind of teaching it. We're going not too fast. Like you're going to see, I'm going to be typing so fast, there's going to be tons of typos, right? And I'm not obsessing about every single line and making sure that it understands every little nuance. But you can see that we are also being deliberate about how we architect this. Like every single chat, like this chat is only going to be for age 1. This chat is only going to be for age 2. And we're architecting this from the very beginning. And because this is going to pay huge dividends at the end, I promise you're going to see. We have a long stream left ahead of us today. So, get comfortable. We're going to get through a lot of this. All right, let's bang some shit out right now. Let's lock in. Okay. So we're doing age 2. Where were we at? So I've been going stanza by stanza just so I can explain what's going on. And this is too much information, but at the end we'll clean it out. So we were at a light severs. That's here. So now we're going to give it this next stanza. A darkness yearns. A darkness yearns to be a 1. You don't have to follow the myths so much, everybody, fam. That's not really what this is all about today. We have to move fast. A lot of people, like Emily, for example, understands this is a black hole. Okay. This is a black hole. A darkness wants... Okay, so a darkness is not evil. It just yearns to be singular again. Why does the light want to be itself? Why does the light want to be different? Why does the light want to be different? I want us all to be the same. I want to be a dark again. So we're just walking through stanza by stanza, and we're almost done with the second one, right? So we're about to be at number 3. We're cruising. We are absolutely cruising. Headblum, your creativity is better than AI. Headblum, I agree my creativity is better than AI, but I wonder I think that's just like a little bit of an oversimplification. I wrote all these poems live, and now I'm doing this live. So you can kind of see both the accountabilities at full max of writing the poems without AI and then trying to train it. And I'll give you an example of something that the AI did. I would say the number one thing, the only AI benefit that we've gotten so far we've invested and we've gotten nothing back except we've been keeping track. It noticed that my first myth had 0 verbs, and I had never realized that. I had written it like to be an undifferentiated darkness, unchanging yin and yang. And that was kind of cool that it noticed that. So that's pretty much the only value we've gotten out of AI so far. But it's going to pay off, I think. So it's as a creative collaborator, but not as a writer, is the TLDR. But we'll see how it does. I'm trying to make this AI the best writer it could possibly be. That's what I'm trying to do. And in doing that, I'm trying to master my own project, of course. Okay, so here's a black hole. I agree with you. Thanks. And everyone is entitled to their own opinions, team. Outside In happens to be a pro AI outfit, but everybody's invited. You just can't shame people who are curious about what's possible. Here's a black hole swallowing it into a primordial seed / egg / atom. Obviously using rhythmic incantation. And I think what's interesting is writing this live, writing it live without AI, so you have that credibility, and then also making the AI that we're going to use, if we ever use it together, I think gives us a lot of credibility as far as pursuing it and seeing what's possible. This is a little boring, though, of making the project files, I have to say. Maybe I should have prepped them ahead of time, but it felt a little like cheating to do it without y'all. Okay, and inside, so I'm just inside the seed is approaches a dark. So anybody new here, we're making an AI project. We're trying to make the best AI project that we possibly can. We're training it on 6 myths, original myths I wrote without AI. And we're seeing what it turns up after I give it my absolute best, using all my technical skills to make it the best possible writer it could be, teaching it everything to see how it does. I don't think it's going to write very well, but I do think it's going to be helpful for me to have an AI project that knows all about this stuff. So, and we'll see both its strengths and weaknesses by the end. We won't know until we train it. So this is the training period. We are training the AI on our existing myths. And we just finished myth 2. So now this has been synthesizing for me, and I'll show you what I do. So intent, the first light, suddenly signal when it speaks, it loves, it severs, what it severs. Okay, this is all dog shit. I don't like any of this. Verbs, age one has no speech, stance, coming. Okay, I need to tear into AI. You did not do a good job on this. You did not do a good job on this. This is much more complex and not aligned with the age 1 document in the project files. Let's provide a little sequence. 1, a light declares itself, right? Severs singularity to duality. Then you get darkness doesn't like that. Wants to be dark, right? Like, tell a fucking story. Keep it tight. Keep it simple. Don't hallucinate. Don't be a philosopher. Okay, don't hallucinate. Don't reach. Just to still. Drag it, yeah. Okay, you saw me delete some of it did a shit job. Like, right, this is completely unhelpful as a summary. Like, does imagine reading this and being like, oh, did I just under the first light sudden single out five? This is actually pretty good. It speaks, it loves, it severs. Actually, not terrible. What it severs off yearns to be whole again and devours it to get there. Terrible sentence, just trash, unclear. Inside a seed, where did the seed come from, right? It's just bad. Text is clean. Verbs, I like that it shows, I don't know if speech stanzas 1 and 2 are spoken, the rest is narrated. Like, this is implied. Like, we obviously don't need that. Obscenity of both genders in either. I don't need my own definition for this. You shouldn't either. You are a dull AI, and those sparks of life that should be in a Roman, you do want, else or use not. I love that. Let me try to read that more epically. You are dull, AI, and those sparks of life that should be in a Roman, you do want, or else you use not. A little Julius Caesar, I love it. Thank you for bringing a little Shakespeare here. Okay. Let's see what it says. You're right, age 1 has 5 notes. Let's see what it did after we dragged it. A light declares itself, a light severs singularity. The darkness does not want this, it wants to be dark again. Okay, that's a good simple summary. Verbs. Okay, so now we're looking for things to rip out. I like this. Time exists now, that's pretty good. This is dog shit. Obscenity of both genders. And neither. Actually, speech stands with the rest is narrated. It's not so bad. The darkness not even. It kind of did a decent job on the edit. After we railed it a little bit. A seed, everything to compressed to 1 point. This needs to be more clear. Still, age 1 reads still, and okay. This one, much better. Much better. For this one, please make clear it is the primordial seed / egg / atom from which the Big Bang shatters. All right, we're about to be done with H2. Then we pop over to H3. We'll breeze through it. Easy. So everybody who's new here, we're creating an advanced AI project to try to teach to write, and we are each age. It's 7 myths, 7 ages in here, and what we are doing is we're asking it to create .md documents, which are really good for AI to read. And then what we're doing is we're in the projects, and we're saying it's add to project here. And so now we have 2 of the 7. In the brain. So we're building a brain. Refresh. Okay. Let me get the bigger chat open so I can read. In truth, I mean this in all jest. I use AI as a good way to brainstorm and help bat around ideas. As long as we use it as a tool and not a crutch of replacement, it has a lot of value. I'm going to read that again, everybody. Let's take a moment. In truth, I mean this all in jest. I use AI as a good way to brainstorm and help bat around ideas. As long as we use it as a tool and not a crutch or replacement, it has a lot of value. I really appreciate you saying that, Headblum. I want to scroll up. The first thing we did, which was a little bit of a boring start to this exercise, was I kind of set some North Star of the ways that I felt would be 7 ways to pursue creating art with integrity. So it's called EIW7 AI Integrities. You could obviously add an N here for outside in if we want. A working ethic for making art with AI, because people like you had Blum, like, I want these to change. I want them to evolve. Do not deceive. This one's kind of obvious, but I think the one I wanted to highlight here was do not cut corners, round them faster, right? So it's really not about cutting corners. It's about accelerating yourself. And I think the two most relevant to writing is do not write in AI, write with AI. Like, you're going to notice I'm going to be typing over to the left the entire time. I'm not going to be actually writing in it. I'm just going to be kind of talking with it. And do not paste transcribe. You're going to see I copy it. I don't copy and paste. I type it all over, because I think it's really important. And you just, if you didn't type it, you know, there's a real argument to be made you didn't write it at all. I think this might be a little bit boring, but let's try to get through it. Look at the other conversations. Let's just bang it out. Look at the other conversations. All right, so I'm saying, okay, look at the other conversations. That's talking about these other chats within the project. We're making .md docs for each myth. So that's that .md doc. Remember, we need that's something to really clock. Are you ready for age 3? So remember, we're starting to build our brain. We have our style guide. We have age 1. We have age 2. We're about to head over to age 3. We're making .md ready for age 3. I'll provide one stanza at a time with analysis. We are training our AI to give it the best chance to write a myth. It's going to do a bad job. I will give you a heads up, but I'm curious to see what it cooks up. Like, I'm giving it every tool to possibly write a myth, you know, and we'll see what it does. Okay, ready. Same convention as the first two. Okay, so we have age 3 Asan, and we can say still a light loves. We're training it on we're training this AI on my 6 myths that I wrote live already here with everyone, and we're gonna ask it to write the 7th and see what happens. Okay, so these are myths we've already written live together. I'm not gonna go too in depth on everything. We're going through the process of training. It's a little grindy, but we're talking through it and insights will come. So here we go. Even analysis. Even in the dark of the seed, being totally swallowed by darkness, still a light loves, nevertheless. A light loves, double wordplay with still, light's desire to exist and emerge, persists and is resilient. Keep notes simple. Do not hallucinate. Do not reach. Distill what I'm telling you. One interesting thing about so I've worked in software for over a decade, so I'm really fluent in this stuff. Is it when it comes to software, like when you run a program, like a real proper software engineer, if it's not working, it's your fault almost always. The program runs the program. It is the same every time, you know, that's the whole thing. It executes a sequence of decisions. AI is not like that, you know. sometimes it's you, sometimes it's the AI. You know, like it's very different from conventional software engineering, which has a very like, if it's not working, it's because you did something wrong, which I kind of like about it. Okay, so we're starting to build out this H3 doc, right? I'm going to be pasting one sentence at a time. We'll move fast, and I'm putting the docs. You can see it has learned from my other myths. So we're building this brain out. It's learned that I'm keeping everything really tight. I don't want too many notes. I'm just trying to get the core across to it. So I'm giving it one stanza at a time. We are currently working on H3 of 7, and it's going great. So let's actually clean this up. We say H3. This one's called a sun. Okay. And so analysis, I'm just giving it basic analysis. At last, at the end, a seed shatters. The seed cannot contain the love of the light. This is the Big Bang. This is the Big Bang. Okay, so at the end of this myth, I'm going to make a separate document to show all the different things that have happened with celestial bodies, you know, the sun being created and different things, so we can track that as well. So we're growing this one line at a time. We're going to get through it fast. This is gone. We decided. Okay. Okay. Analysis. A sun introduces itself. It is like a light, but reborn. Kind of like Gandalf the Gray versus White. I don't want to give it too much information. We don't need to overthink it. We are training our AI on 6 original myths we wrote together live to see if it can draft a decent 7th myth for us. That's what we're up to. And why should you listen to me? I work professionally in this a bunch, and I like it. And you shouldn't listen to me if you don't want to. But I think I work with this stuff all the time. I'm able to. Software should meet my fiance. Am I right? Wait, software should meet my fiance. Software should meet my fiance. Am I right? This joke I'm not getting. Maybe it'll grow on me. Headblum, don't kill it for me, okay? It'll grow on me. Software should meet. I'm hoping if it has to do with like your dick, like your wiener, and your fiance that's being hot, and thus it's resolving that issue. I guess that could be good. Okay, let me lock in. Sorry, this H3 is a little boring. Let's just get done with it. Okay, a sun shivers. Okay, so in this one, a sun realizes that if a light was swallowed by a darkness, it is also vulnerable to that. It shivers upon reckoning with the cold abyss that surrounds it and desires to destroy it. Bad joke about how they are both always right. Yes. Now I get it. I love it. I love it. I get it now. I didn't think it was naughty. I felt like I would have picked up on it if it was naughty. Maybe I was just reaching for that. So if you're following along, like we started off, we created a project. I just started talking to it. Like literally, let's look at this first chat thing I said. Hello, my name is Evan. My pay name is EI Werner. I want you to silo this project. Don't bring in anything else. And I just started talking to it. Not too long, you know? I was pretty clear about what I wanted. We've been doing this since 7:07 a.m., so it hasn't been that long. And look how far we've already come. So it feels slow, like when you're just sitting here sometimes. but we're in H3 and have a style guide set up, and we've only been live 2 hours. All right. In this one, a sun sacrifices itself to become a dying sun, and 6 children to behold/beheld. Beholding and behelding is extremely important. Is extremely important in our universe. We argue if a tree falls in the woods and no one is there to hear it fall, it makes no sound. A son makes the sacrifice for that. Understand? All right, so that's H3 almost done. Let's see what it comes back with, and we review it. I don't think this is the number one most interesting stream we're ever going to have. I think writing is going to be better, especially for our standard audience. At the same time, keep in mind that this is going to live on my channel, and this is going to be the AI. When I say I used AI, you're going to see exactly what I did. Like right now, right now it has given me almost nothing, and I have just been teaching it. I'm investing in it. Swallowed by the darkness, inside is hid, so light loves. The desire to exist and to emerge persists. It is resilient. That's good. Both at once, still motionless and ever both at once. Yes, loves. All that starts being devoured. Be become covers. Shatters as he cannot contain. I know a lot of this. I'm wondering how much the AI needs to know. And what we can remove. At last, at the end, and finally, okay, this just seems implied. All right. Doubling. These are all bad. Shivers. The sun reckons with the cold abyss around it. What swallowed alike can swallow a sun. That's good. Doubling. Shivers. I don't think we need that. That's obvious. Also implied. So we just try to rip things out, right? Like you just don't need any fluff. Any fluff is just going to waste. You're just going to have to read it again. So if you want to just read it once, remove implied. Okay. This doesn't say anything. Devour it, capitalized in the text as given. Not helpful. Behold, beheld, behold, split into beheld. Okay, this is so confusing. Behold, beheld, behold, split into beheld as alone. Okay, I see what it's saying. Okay. I see what you're saying. You are trying to shout out my clever wordplay. The way you did it is not clear. So we'll keep adding more. We're just refining. It's not going to take too long, promise. This is 5 more minutes probably, max, for this doc. And then we have 3 of 7 done. Well, and there's only 6 that we we'll have 3 of 7 done, and a style guide. So while it's thinking, it'll still think. We're building out our brain. We have our project files. We're going one at a time. Each myth has its own little chat. within the project file. Projects you can find here. And we're working on H3. We just finished it. It came back with its draft of what it thought I wanted, but it has a lot of fluff, and we're just kind of getting rid of anything that is not actually a dying. A sunset was behold, beheld. One word broken up in it. Okay. You are doing a dog water job describing this. Please make a note in our style doc to look for these opportunities. I'll explain it to you, team. Remove from here. So what he's saying is this. When I say, when I come over here, when I say, all one alone, you can see how it's kind of the same word just based on spacing, right? Behold, beheld. I'm doing similar things. So, and there's a bunch of them that the AI is starting to take notice of, and I want it to. Okay, huge lesson, team, for the few of you who are here and who have been maybe following along. That would be great. So we have our .md documents. We know .md is the best for saving these. We just got back. I asked it to change our style guide. We already had a style guide. What do we do with our brain? It's a tough question, but it has a simple answer. You remove the old one when you're ready, and you add the new one. It's as simple as that. You're constantly grooming it. You know, this is an active workspace. Like when you're in a forge and stuff, like, and you're actively working, like things get a little messy, and then you clean. You're always actively cleaning, but there's, you know, there are byproducts to working. So is this one done? I don't think that this is making clear enough. Sunshine, second. Remove. So we got rid of like roughly 25% maybe. We could, if you watch it back, you can see. So this is how you train an AI. Right, we're building out the AI's brain. Done with H3. We'll try to breeze through these next ones. And so we can ask it to at least try one draft. I don't know if I'll have the energy left to edit the draft that AI comes up with, but we'll train the AI and then we'll ask it. We'll ask it to write for us. That's what we're gonna do. And it's just an experiment. We'll see. 103 words confirmed by count. Okay. It's just checking my work here, but we're just finalizing H3. H1 so close to. Yes, that's a good thing to note. Can I have the latest .md for H3, please? Final review. All right. Final pass. Yep. This is just what we wanted. So look at what we got, team. Okay, we're checking in. We started here. Okay, we started where everybody starts with AI. We went to projects. we created a new project called Make Myth. Our first chat, we just introduced ourselves and started talking about the style that we wanted to write in, and we created our first brain document, style MD. Okay, we've updated it since then, so that's why it's in the middle here. We create style MD. We've been going one chat at a time, each myth at a time, building the brain, building on what came before it, and now we do H4. Okay. Look at the other chats and project files for context first. So this is an important thing to learn. You want to tell it when the full context is really important. Sometimes it's worth saying, look at the project files, read them, so that it gives it a full look when it's getting started to lay itself the groundwork. So I usually do that at the start of these conversations. Look at the other chat and project files for context first. Then we are going to make H4 in this chat. Okay, so now it's ready. So it says it read everything, and now it's saying, okay, look, I'm ready for you to start dumping, because that's what I did in those last conversations. So now we're talking about Earth. So this we can actually explain the story a little bit, okay? Actually, pause. We're gonna do something really cool too. Stay with me, please. Trust me. H5. It's not in the, okay, watch this. I think we want to get rid of these colons too. Fuck colons. We're trying to make something cool. Oops. Okay. So I had an idea that is adjacent to a daughter, but slightly separate. Slightly separate. I'm just going to start a new chat. If it's a separate but adjacent idea, start a new chat. Okay. If ever you can start a new chat, you want to, within the same project. Hey, read the project files and the other chats. I'm making a mythology, and part of that is creating the universe at different stages in my myths. Different celestial entities are created. I'd like to create a separate doc for our project files. .md, of course, to track this. I'll give an example. Darkness and a black hole, a sun. It's going to become more relevant. A darkness and a black hole. Celestial body creation sequence. I didn't do the best job of explaining that, so I'm already going to start explaining it more while it's thinking. I'm already going to say I didn't do the best job explaining. In addition to the poem, we are creating the universe in sequence. Let's make a doc for that sequence. Maps poem to cosmogonic events. So I'm not even reading it because I know I did a bad job on the prompt. Trying to get it in there refined. And now I'll brain dump the sequence, and you'll kind of see how we create the universe, and you'll learn a little bit more about the project, and you'll see how we start to build this constellation of the brain so that it really has the richest possible understanding. We're trying to equip it with everything it needs to make the best possible myth it can. It's going to try drafting it. It's going to be terrible because I haven't given it enough information. 03 sequence. Okay. No, this is dog shit. This is 3 stages for a dark. No. I'll tell you the stages. We're not doing the poem. We're just doing what happens with... Here are the stages of our creation myth in sequence. 1, undifferentiated darkness, a void. 2, life, self, creates. 3, light severs singularity to duality, time. Darkness desires to be darker, a dark again. Darkness becomes a black hole. A black hole swallows all light into a seed. A seed is a single primordial atom / egg from myth and astrophysics. That the love is resilient, even surrounded by darkness, explodes outwards in shattering, Big Bang, a sun emerges, a sun sacrifices of itself to birth 6 children, beholding as a powerful tool for combating darkness. And that is where we're at. That is as far as we've gone. We're about to go farther. So let me explain to you what I just did here. So I'm saying, like, look, we have these mythic poems. Each one of these is an age, but in addition to those, like, there are actually celestial body events like the Big Bang, like black holes, and there are certain things that are happening. And I think that it's going to help really ground people to have that awareness. And I definitely think it's going to ground the AI in understanding what the hell I'm talking about, because we are training it, right? So we're training an AI on 6 original creation myths to potentially write the 7th one to try as an experiment. Okay. So this is a work in progress, but here is our sequence. So now we have this sequence here. This is showing that all those steps I just said of the universe being created. It's about to get a lot more interesting because Earth it's called the daughter, and now we're getting into Earth. So I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'm not going to take a full break. I always lose everybody when I take a full break. I want to keep momentum. I have good momentum. Give me like roughly 1 minute, maybe 45 seconds. Take a quick piss. And we are going to jump right into the creation of Earth, the birth of Earth. She becomes the protagonist. It's about to get interesting. Stay with us. So I don't like the name of this. This is not a descriptive title. I need you to use descriptive titles for my files. What the fuck is 03 sequence? The sequence doc is whip, but it's the sequence doc, not 03 specific ... Gotta throw some shit at the AI when it's starting to lose its way. Descriptive titles are great, fam. You really love descriptive titles. It's really going to help you a lot. It's going to help your AI uses titles. Just so you know, file names. So when an AI is trying to pick up as much context as possible, if your file name has information in it, like where it can infer what it might be about, it can skip a few steps. So file names are even good. All right. I'm not sure where these two documents came from. So now it's being a little weird. Two leftovers from the old scheme. Okay, this is just a list. It came up with by itself. It came up with a list of the celestials. We'll let it. It's kind of a list of all the beings. So let's add to the project. Let's do a check-in, team. You got to do this sometimes. Okay, just checking in here. Our project is evolving as we're working through it, as to be expected. I think our docs are going to be 1, project summary. Number 2, style guide. Number 3, 1 doc/chapter. And then we have 1 universe creation sequence. And then we have a ledger of celestial beings. These are our docs. Right? We're in the flow state, team. We're vibe mything, not vibe coding. All right. This is really hard to read and understand. I just read it twice. Ask me specific questions and not all at once. It's telling me I have an extra document here, so yeah. Okay, I deleted the extra project file. No, you are overcomplicating shit. Stop that. Sometimes you just have... I will work on the project summary once the drafts of the rest are done. Ready? I had some thoughts about architecture. All my thoughts about architecture of the project go in this chat now. It'll still be there for me. You see? Okay. Let's make Earth. Oh shit! I told you guys before I peed that I was going to make Earth, and then I came back and I didn't do it. I forgot that that was exactly what I thought. Anyway, we can do it right now. First thing. She shivers against a cold abyss. A darkness yearns, darkness yearns to devour her. She feels surrounded by cold and dark at first, a darkness on all sides, wanting to eat her. She resists the stillness by shivering. That's section 1. So for anybody who's we're building an AI brain, just brain dumping and building it sequentially. We're training it on the 6 myths that we've already written to try to write the 7th, and we're going 1 myth at a time, 1 stanza at a time. Just giving a basic analysis and then reviewing it. Okay. The earth was shivering and uncomfortable, but then feels the warmth of a dying sun. The dying sun says, "Behold, child, I hold you." Plus, beholding. This beholding is crucial for protecting against the dark, as discussed in the last myth. Oh, this is my favorite track, I think. It's called Alloy. Imagine just garage band, like steampunk garage. It's called Alloy. All right. Earth asks a dying sun that is glowing, "Who are you?" I reckon that Earth would be scared and want to know who the sun was before who she was. I know it seems like we're moving slow, but in life, like, kept working till noon. Like, imagine how much we would have done already. Like, look at our project. It's coming alive. Okay, so she asks, who are you? A dying sun answers. Standard intro, but dying is more beautiful. Hints at mortality as a potential positive even. Abstract, don't breach, don't hallucinate. How many people are training AIs on myths that they've written to write other myths today? Not that many, I don't think. I think that might be just us. Hopefully there's one other. Hope there's one other somewhere out there tinkering in some AI. All right. So we're brain dumping and then we clean it up. After that, she asks. So we're in this story. Earth was just born. She starts out shivering against a cold abyss, where she's in this darkness of space that's trying to devour her into the stillness, into the darkness. At once, she feels like, a dying sun. She feels the heat, the glow, some comforting words from a dying sun. She asks, who are you? Dying sun gives its intro. The next thing she does is she asks, who am I? Okay. Okay, here's next. A dying sun tells her this is who she is, and I'll read it to you. We're talking about Earth here. Okay. You are a daughter. Ooh, that's too much lower, bro. Apologies. Feel how empty that is without. Shout out Carson Thatcher. All original music, all original art here. So I'm pro AI outfit, except I'm paying artists to make everything. I just use it for myself to try to accelerate everything. And photos didn't kill paintings. It's not how it goes. Okay, so we're continuing to build this out. We'll review it at the end. What did I just provide? You are a daughter, she yourself. Okay, so let's analyze it. You are a daughter. Analyzed simply. This is my favorite song. I appreciate it. I love this song too. I hope you're enjoying it. We've been live over 2 hours, so you're going to start. We have over 2 hours of music, like 2 hours and like 15 minutes or something. So you're going to start hearing songs twice now. You're going to start hearing them for the second time because we've been live for a while. Okay, analyze simply. Earth is a daughter, a feminine entity versus epicene. She has waters blue, clearly. This is designed to draw a parallel between her and the character / celestial body with Earth, our Earth. So we're paying the investment. Right now, AI is not giving us anything. We're building out this AI project, but hopefully, obviously I don't think it's going to write the seventh myth well. I think showing you how I got it as close as I did and then showing you how shitty it is, you're going to learn a lot. But this is going to be the project that I use on stream to ask for synonyms, to do a quick reading, to say, is my capitalization consistent across this poem? Different things like that. Okay. So analysis. So for your heart, a diamond, a dying sun beholds itself glimmering in your sweet waters. This actually requires deep analysis. If you're a veteran insider, you've been coming around, you'll probably be able to follow. If not, it's vibes. It's okay. It's vibes. For your heart, a diamond, a dying sun beholds itself glimmering in your sweet waters. She has a diamond core, it seems. I'm trying to pretend I'm not the author. Like I'm trying to make observations without giving too much. A dying sun beholds itself glimmering in her waters. This harkens to the spirit of God hovering over the face of the deep. In Genesis 1, it is also related to God creating man and woman in his image. There are many reflections like this. Not the time for me to myth dump on you. Trust me, bro. It's not time for me to myth dump on you. Oh my God, if I show you my myth projects one day, I don't want to open up too many weeds and show too much behind the scenes of the sourcing and everything, just because it's messy a little bit back there. So we're just walking through each myth. We're building it out. We're training an AI. That's all we're doing. We're training the AI. We're teaching it exactly incrementally. We're teaching it everything it needs to know about our myths. Like literally stanza by stanza. We're just telling it what the hell's going on. Okay, next stanza. A daughter dances around its glow. A daughter dances back where she begins. Analysis. This is the Earth's solar orbit for the creation sequence timeline and the myth doc. Any coffee? I'm out. Yeah, we have a lot more writing to do. I don't know what I'm going to do. Do I think I can make it there and back in 7 minutes for a break? Okay, so as we're going through this myth, so this is our cosmogonic sequence, right? And I just told it, like, okay, we just got a solar orbit. If she's dancing around the sun, like that's the Earth's orbit, solar orbit. We are, we'll have to fix this up, but you can see how each document is kind of building on each other as we build the brain. Okay. These two stanzas are a pair. Earth dances around the sun in her solar orbit for an entire year blissfully until she returns back where she began. There, she is awed by a dying sun's splendor then she is ashamed of her own imperfection. So I'll unpack that for you. What we're saying here in this stanza, so there a daughter beholds a dying son. So she comes all the way back one solar orbit, 1 year old, her first birthday, happy birthday, Earth. There a daughter beholds a dying son. She is wrapped by awe. So she's overcome by awe. A dying son is beauty. She's like, oh, wow, this guy's super beautiful. But there is this really monomythic concept of feeling shame before the divine. You know, if you see something perfect, it makes you feel imperfect. When different prophets see the gods, behold the gods, they are overcome with an understanding of their own feeble mortality. And Paul's wrote, this is my Mama Werner, my mom on this track. So shout out my mom. It never fails to stir me, this track. It's called Dawn. Okay. A daughter laments. Okay. So she does one lap, and the reason why I'm taking a screenshot here is because I want it to see the page breaks. A daughter laments because she is merely beautiful compared to the son's beauty, and she writes this poem she laments. She says, she is sad. I'll just type it out. She is sad that she is not as splendid or beautiful as the sun. She laments in a poetic way, comparing herself against the sun. Again, this is my favorite song. Oh no, you said that before. This is maybe my favorite song because my mom's is on it. The Alloy is my favorite song musically, but this one means the most to me. Got a lot of music. Got a lot of art. The limiting factor is me. You know, I don't have money. I don't have the money to go around like hiring people to do tons of stuff. So I have to grind out a lot of it, and it's just a lot of work to get the clips together, to post on social media, to write the event descriptions. So I really want to get. I want to get one of my fat tech jobs, and be able to invest those resources in getting some help. I could really use some help. It's lonely and it's hard. It's not only when I'm streaming, but it's just so much work. Because if I'm not improving, if I'm not trying new things, then you're stalling, you're dying, you know? So, but I have to be very lean with my money. So it's all just me to do it. I mean, obviously I'm trying to work with some help, but mostly it's just me. Okay, so we're continuing through. She's comparing herself again. She feels like shit. Analysis. Okay, so she twirls. She twirls to flee her shadow. She twirls a night. Her cloak twirls after. So analysis. She doesn't like that she has a shadow. It is emblematic of her shame. It is emblematic of her shame. She twirls to try and escape the shadow. This creates her horizontal spin. You know the earth spins, right? Horizontal spin. However, her spinning is futile to escape a night. You can see I'm not worried about the spelling. Like, it's so good at interpreting what you're typing as long as it's legible enough. Like, it doesn't really matter. It's really just about getting it out, putting it on there. We're almost done with 4. See? Feels like a long time when you're in it, but we haven't been here that long, fam. All right, let's wrap this strong. We're gonna edit this one, then I need coffee. So it's gonna probably be another 10, 15 minutes. I as the summary doc, we're gonna have to fix it. And then we come back. I need to get coffee. I'm going to sprint to try to make it in the 7-minute timer that I have. And we'll finish strong. We'll actually test the AI. We'll finish 5 and 6, and then we'll ask it to write 7, and then we'll pause and pick up next week. Okay. Okay, analysis. She cries. Okay, so she weeps. She weeps. So this is Earth. She's weeping. She's crying. It's sad. I wish I were more than she, more beautiful. I wish I were more than herself, more than alive. I wish I were. Okay. So it's kind of badass, honestly. I think about how powerful it is. Let's talk for a second. Eye to eye. This myth is arguing in this world that Earth wants something. I wish I were more than she, more beautiful. I wish I were more than herself, more than alive. Interesting. Don't you sometimes wish you were more than alive? I wish I were without shadow. And if, she bursts life, like she spins, she creates all these different circumstances. Like it could be, and it's arguing in this case, that she desires something, that she wants something, and that there's actually a purpose to it, that it's not just that she has some fulfillment and desires in creating life. And we'll see what that is. Yeah, okay, I did that. Okay. Analysis. We're wrapping this myth up. It's going to end on a little cliffhanger. Analysis. At once, clash, salt tears and sweet waters. At edge and edge, clash, its glimmer and her shame. At dawn, at dusk, her son born. So, she, a mother. Okay, so there's a sudden clash of salt and sweet water. The salt water comes from her tears. Obviously, she was introduced as having blue waters. Also clashing are the glimmer on the surface of the waters with her shame. In the cosmic soup of the collision, life is born at opposite poles. One brother is born at dawn, where night turns to day. The other brother is born at dusk. Doesn't need a capital, but doesn't matter. The other brother is born at dusk, where day turns to night. This birthplace circumstance, due merely to chance, will inform every aspect of the rest of their lives. So this is the end of the myth. We're just brain dumping here. Then we're going to review back what it puts together. It's going to be bad. Then we're going to refine it. Then I'm going to get a coffee, and then I'm coming back. I'm going to sprint, but I may be like a minute late. Yo, fam, I'm sorry. But for a long stream like this, I need more. I need another round. Let's see how it does. All right, let's see how it did. She resists. Okay, she wakes surrounded, cold on all sides, dark on all sides, wanting to eat her. That's exactly it. She resists the stillness by shivering. That's also precisely it. Then the warmth of a dying sun reaches her and holds her and beholds her. That's exactly precisely correct, AI. Afraid, she asks who is holding her before she asks who she is. Again, correct. The dying sun answers and names the dying, more beautiful thing. The more beautiful thing? This is unclear. This is unclear. Please clarify hints that dying unlocks potential beauty levels. Okay. So when you're training the AI, it's not just about continuing to add. It's a lot about taking out. We're taking out. My son, and then it names her. She's a daughter from her waters. Her heart's a diamond. She dances a year in bliss. She builds dying sun. It's odd. This AI's on point with this one. This is its best one yet. She laments measuring herself against the dying sun and finding herself lesser. She twirls to flee her shadow. Twirling is futile. A night follows her as a cloak. She weeps and wishes to be more. Her salt tears clash with her sweet waters. 2 sons are born at the edges. One at dawn and one at dusk. She's a mother. That's fucking clean, bro. There might not be that much we have to change on this one. Notes, she the first pronoun, no name yet. Not a good note. Shivers, she feels cold and dark on every side. Also not helpful. Against the stillness, she refuses to be still. Also a little bit implied by the earlier bullet. We're getting rid of all these so far. A darkness, still there, still yearning, now yearning at her. That's fine. Remove these. From age 4. Also, so we're about to add this over, and we're just trimming all the bullshit because it's obviously just going to hallucinate. It's going to hallucinate a little bit, and it's also going to reach and like think it's a philosopher. It's not a philosopher. Okay. Broken open, to be held and to be seen. Okay, I like that. Beholding what a darkness cannot cling. This is dog shit. Unclear. We're going to keep removing, but we'll do in little batches, just trimming it out. Keep in mind that everything that's in there, if it's not good, you're going to have to read it again and realize it's not good again. And that's an extra energy of you reading it. If it's not good, get rid of it now, and if it's not really helping you, and you're not going to be delighted or to remember it when you're reading it next, you got to get rid of the fluff. You are supported by one declaring. This is dog shit. Implied. A question, not a declaration. She opens, who are you? This is also implied. Before she asks who a dying son is, before she asks who she is. Also implied. Who are you first? This is a lot of words to say fucking nothing. Who am I second? This declaration the third telling a dark to see to a son. All of this is bad. You are. Full telling turn around. Yourself. All these are gone. I just want the best bullets. Easy 3-hour stream. Cake. Slept 2 hours last night. I get my heart. I think about it. I wake up early before the stream because I have some things I have to do, but it's a little hard to fall asleep because I have so much I'm thinking about for the next day when I'm waking up early for these streams. I need to learn it better. I think if I wake up really early on Monday, it'll cause me to just crash early on Monday night. We're just wrapping up this end bit here. I know it seems like it's taking a long time, team, but we've only been live a couple hours and we have a whole AI project coming together. So, at once, H2. Okay, this is way too many notes. Yo, this is way too many notes. Look at the other docs we've already approved for inspiration, please. So we had instructed the other ones to be simple, and it's forgetting, because between conversations, unless you tell it deliberately to look across conversations, it's not going to. I think when you all see the questions I can ask this AI at the end, it's not going to be a good writer, I promise. But it will probably be a pretty solid partner for certain types of questions. And I will be showing you maximum transparency to literally be writing the stuff live and also be creating the project live that we're going to be using. So you are seeing me, every single thing that I'm typing, every single thing I've typed, every single file is here. There's no funny business. There's no cheating. This is just exactly what I'm building. Okay. These are bad. Okay. I'm going through these one at a time. It regressed. You regressed a bit. Lost richness. Give it back to me. I'll do it. Sometimes it's just not working and you just got to do it, you know? Like instead of making the perfect prompt, I could also just make my own notes on the myth, you know? So I'm just having it giving you all the information before it tried that simplification pass that lost the richness I was looking for. And I'll just bang it out fast myself. That looks better. I don't know. This note section is pissing me off at the bottom here. What do we need this for? Fine, I guess for when it's writing, and the inheritance is probably good for the AI to know. Feels obvious to me. For age 4 not lean, the top and bottom sections feel very redundant. This is the most friction we've gotten to making the doc. Usually we just pull out a couple bullets, but I'm not liking its approach. I'm not liking the approach it's taking. This is what we want. This is out, implied. Remove, comma, implied. Yeah, that's all good. Remove this. It's important to trim these docs, team. I'm telling you, if you're building a brain, you can't have a bunch of clutter in there. That's good. All right. Oh, shit. I didn't make those last changes. All right, now we add it to the project. All right, so I'm gonna go get coffee. I'm gonna book it. I think I'm actually gonna get one of those smoothies that has coffee in it from this place that's literally across the street. 7 minutes is the timer I'm gonna give myself because that's the timer that I have already there. But let's check in what we have. We have this project. What? We're building out the brain. We have a style guide. We have one document for each myth, each age, right? We've created this sequence document that shows kind of how the universe comes to creation, leaving poetry aside. And here's our list of all the different celestial beings that appear. Just kind of like just putting together a database is pretty weak right now, but ultimately I think having a database of kind of all the characters is probably good. And we're going to pick up with age 5 when I get back from my quick smoothie run. But I actually just need to do one thing. So here we go. Please, let me show you this. So please revisit this whole conversation. We have made some changes that may inform the other docs. Which docs should I replace with fresh ones? Can you refresh for me? Just doing it, always kind of cleaning up the data as I go. All right, we're gonna do a quick coffee break. Swim, come back. It's gonna end strong. We're going for it. BRB. Step back in, everyone. Let's do a quick recap. Let's catch people back up. And sorry, I was just literally running. I did make it back in time. William Skorsky says, how's everyone doing? Are any of you also writing while watching the stream? You get bonus points if you're writing while watching the stream. Sorry, I'm a little out of breath. Give me a sec. I was just running upstairs. Appreciate you encouraging everyone. It's great innkeep behavior. All right, team. Here's what we're doing. We are writing mythology, okay? And we decided to create an AI project. So not a chat. This is what a chat looks like. This is what a project looks like. You have a bunch of chats and a bunch of files, right? And we've been optimizing our files as .md files because that's the best for AI to read. And we are training the AI on the existing myths we've written together live. 6 of the 7 are done, are rough drafted. And by the end of today, we're going to ask it to try to draft H7 on its own and see how well it does. We just finished age 4, a daughter, where we also need to, I'll explain to you what I just am doing here. So I just asked it before I went for coffee while I was there. So let me actually explain. I don't want to do anything behind your eyes. So I said, please revisit this whole conversation. We have made some changes that may inform the other docs, right? So things could get out of date as you're going through, right? Which docs should I replace with fresh ones? Can you refresh for me? So I asked for fresh docs. That's why I did that. And then I went in and I deleted the old ones and I replaced them with the new ones. Okay. So now we need to do H5. Okay. Please look at the past projects, about the past conversations. In this project, you'll notice several chats are optimized to discuss only one of the 7 myths. You, my dear lad, are one of those conversations. Congratulations. You are responsible. You and I are going to make a doc about H5. But please learn from the work we've already done on formatting, simplicity, etc. So we just start, just start. Let me get the secondary chat open here. Beautiful. Let's see if we can get some people back in the chat after a break. It's never easy. But at the same time, you have to pee sometimes, Sometimes you need a smoothie. So let's tidy this up. H5, a brother. Right, so we're doing the 5th myth. For this myth, we are showing the origin of good and evil through a nuanced story about two twin brothers who were born identical, except one is fortunate to be born at dawn and the other is unfortunate to be born at dusk. I use 2 columns to show the same but different experiences of the brothers and juxtapose their experiences of the universe. So I'm just giving it a heads up because this is a slightly different we do these 2 columns where it's like one brother and the other brother, they're each kind of going through the same story, but they have slightly different perspectives, and it juxtaposes throughout. So I just am teaching it about that. I didn't quite think ahead of how grindy it was going to be to actually train the AI in one day on every one of these. But because if you cut corners and you just skip a bunch of stanzas and say, understand this, like it's gonna latch onto something incorrect. And then it's going to start building assumptions on that. So, building it deliberately like that, investing in your project, we'll see if it all pays off. Like, I don't think we'll be able to know today, but if this is a project that we use for the next couple of weeks, if it can help us over these next couple of weeks of intense writing, then, that would be great. Okay, so it just produced a doc, but I haven't shared anything with it. One thing that we can do in this one is, because it's a table, I think it should hold on to all of the line breaks. Let me see. Can you see my line breaks since this is a table? I wonder how long the stream's going to go. I feel pretty good. I didn't sleep a lot, but I feel pretty good. Not going to lie. Getting a little sugar and caffeine all at once definitely doesn't hurt. All right, we got only 4 people here, so now I'm going to talk about the real shit while we wait for this to come back. Team, let me tell you something. AI is coming. We can't stop it. There's going to be a one world government. AI run like one world government next 200, 300 years, probably based in Jerusalem. Trust me on that one. Maybe don't. You don't have to. And that doesn't mean we just join them and blindly follow and just accept because it's inevitable. But it does mean that we have a responsibility to be self-aware about these tools and how they're manipulating us and how they could manipulate us. And the best way to combat against these sorts of forces is to just be an individual, just be yourself and be honest and be kind and stay true to your own internal values. So AI is coming, and everybody already knows that, but one world government was never possible until you have AI surveillance and chips in everybody's arms. Can't travel, can't pay unless you scan your chip. Okay. So I was able to just copy and paste all these, and now I'm just going to blast through what's going on in this document. So, one brother born at dusk, one at dawn. Both are her sons. They have 2 eyes to see. When they open their eyes, one sees day and one sees night. So let's explain this. So we're talking about the origin of good and evil here between twin brothers, which is a very common myth, right? Everyone tells it differently, though. It doesn't have it has universal structure in the sense that it's often represented by brothers, but it does not always play out the same. Sometimes there's murder, so we're saying they're essentially exactly the same, except that one brother was born at dawn, and so then when he opens his eyes, he sees a day. This other brother, when he opens his eyes, he sees a night. And neither of them can see that he is, nor he has a brother. So they can't see that that he has a brother. reluctant in. It's a long stream. And we're cooking. Yeah, so neither starts seeing that they are or have a brother. Immediately they feel the tug of their mother's breast. She wants her sons to drink of her. Of her waters, which are transfigured to milk. So just training the AI here, team. 1 myth at a time. Close. Come on. We got to push. We're so close here. A lot of writing is grindy. When you see the whole brain, it looks like it was always just there. Like it all made sense when you see it all set up. But setting it up actually just takes some time to do good. To do right. All right. Okay, so the next line was... Yes. So next analysis is the day milk is thick and nourishing and sweet. The opposite is true for the night milk. Okay. Let's see if I can merge a few of these as far as like explaining it to the AI. Okay, I'm not too worried about that. He asks his mom, both of them do, who are you? She tells her story, very self-defeated, to a son. I need to get some water. One sec, team. So in this myth, we have the origin of good and evil. And one brother's born at dawn, one's at dusk, and that informs everything. One gets to drink good milk, one drinks bad milk. And ultimately, both the sons ask their mother, who am I? And she says, look at my waters, to get that answer. But when one looks in the water in the daytime, he can actually see his reflection, sees he's beautiful. The other, there's no light, so he sees he's a darkness. You are providing long-winded answers that are not easy to read. Well, they should have a comma. So should have a comma. Don't worry about that. It's nitpicking on some dumb shit. Come on, we got to cruise. We got to cruise. We're almost done with this myth, and we have just one more, and then we ask it to write 7. Or do we say that as a cliffhanger? We'll see. I think we'll probably do it. Or at least start warming it up. The sons ask, who am I? She says, look at my waters. The one in day can see he is beautiful. The one at night can only see he is darkness. I feel like we gotta write the 7th myth today. Gotta push. Gotta try to at least get one sketched. And in the last lines, so I'm losing a little energy here, Tim, but we're good. In the last lines, the one who saw is his day grows more eyes to see more red nose. Yeah, my descriptions are going down a little bit as far as talking aloud because I'm getting a little tired. I'm just kind of more focused on the work. That's okay. I think that's the nature of these longer sessions. And people understand. Okay, and the last thing is that training an AI, it's pretty grueling. The last thing is that one is that 4 tongues is disfigured by this creation of tongues out of desperation to flee. Less salt equals less bad. He'll never see. I think that would be pretty powerful to say. He'll never see. And then there were just 2 of us in the chat. But we keep going, man. We're grinders out here. We try to finish what we set out to do. All right, let's see how we do. 2 brothers born of the same clash, identical. Nice. One at dawn, one at dusk. Sorry, I have something in my nose. I feel like I have a booger, but I don't want to just keep touching my nose. Sorry about that. Her glimmer goes to one, her shadow to the other. That's not true. say origin of good and evil via tale of two brothers. So now we're just editing this one, almost done. Okay, this is way too richly detailed. Way too rich. Look at what it created for us. We brain dumped, but it did not learn from the past projects. So we have to be a little rude to this AI. This is way too richly detailed. This is way too sprawling and impossible to make sense of. Please look at the other approved documents to learn what I'm looking for. So it came back to me with something over the top. All right, Evan, sorry I have to go. Thanks for a great stream. It's definitely been informative to see the pros and cons of using AI to help write. Thanks, man. I think we're still at the beginning of this. We're going to be using this AI project, so it'll be around. And this is its origin day. I really appreciate you swinging by from Antarctica. You're the best. I'll talk to you soon, brother. Two columns, same age read twice, 69 lines, 54, 15 diverge. The gradient stands to one diverge. Okay, that's kind of interesting. There's on both ages. The first divergence is really a day, but so we're just cleaning this up now. It's kind of dog shit, unfortunately. I'll have it removed, just clear that out, and then I'll give it my own sequence. Once again, we have to do a lot of the hard. We brain dumped and it didn't work, but so more time invested. One, brothers born identical except for circumstance of birth, dawn versus dusk. Two, eyes open to day versus night. Don't know they are brothers. A mother wants them to drink. Sequence like this, please. Greetings in the day, new age, at night from her spin. Opens with if. God damn it, we still have 6 after this. It's taking a long time. Not in the grand scheme of things, it's only been a couple hours, but I feel pressure to deliver for y'all. Nice. Yes. Nice job, AI. Okay. Just when you feel the pressure, it delivers. Emily, so good to have you here. I'm glad you're here. We are grinding. This is those late sessions when you push yourself past it because you want to get to the end. You set a goal, you got to hit it. We're gonna finish this. This I brain dumped and I got this dog shit summary back though. And I'm so glad you're here, Emily. So glad you're here. 2 columns, day and night. First edit is 1 word. Day and night first is 1 word. Her breast turned to milk. 5 imperatives. This will be good enough for now. Let's do 6. Let's get to the end here, fam. I'll have to come back to a brother for a final polish with fresh eyes. But I was just staring at that and my eyes were a little blurry. I wasn't gonna get anywhere on that. All right, so here we are. We're doing 6 now. We're gonna finish strong and then we're gonna ask the AI what it thinks. We're gonna review and we're gonna ask the AI what it thinks. Okay. Okay, look at the other chats. Each one pretty much has a myth. Here you go. Almost there, fam. Let's see if we have the energy to review that 5th one before we hop off one more time. We'll see if we shift gears and then come back to it. This brother one is bothering me, man. There's something wrong with it. It's just too wordy. There's too much going on. I think we just need to. Yeah, okay, I figured out what to do with this one. We're so close, team. We're so close. We're already on 6. I was just running something. H6 Aspire, the namesake for this. See how they did. Damage. 2 columns, also gradient reverse. Okay, clash. Again, nice actually. Okay, nice. Each column is its own fact. This is an AI telling itself, and it's working actually. Between 2 and only 2. Broken open. He has a brother. Age 5, he sees he's not. He has a brother. The negation is gone. Each learns it by his own instruments. He tells. One sees he is brother. One tells. So many of these are wasted, man. This is what I need. I need the lean version, fam. I need the lean version. Look at this lean version I made for this one. This was the one that we were stuck on. So clean. Let's replace it. And we'll use this to teach the other one. Look how tight this one is. Follow the example. So we worked really hard on a really complicated one to whittle this one down. This was the full version, really long. Look how long this is. And then I whittled it down. So this is what AI came up with. Then I trimmed it to just this. And the other one that it just came up with was really long, and I want a short one. So I took the old one and I am using it for this one. Let's see. Keep it clean. Keep it tight, please. 2 brothers divided by chance alone meet at a spire. True. One ascends, one descends. That's not true. Both descend. This is dog shit. Complete dog shit. Let's see how they did at the end. This AI is about to get ripped. Sorry, fam. 2 brothers meet at a spire. One foresees, the other foretells. Now there's met him. Both aspire to the top of spire, and only one can ascend. It's like a full paragraph. Like, where did it get this paragraph situation? Let's see what the sequence is. Foresight and foretelling clash. Spire twist between them. That's true. Each learns by his own instrument that he's a brother and has one. Each twin. each twin. Both aspire to the top spire. Only one can ascend. Brother grapples brother. One tries over the other. One forfeits into the other. One ascends to the top of the spire. Compassion, ace one, spite, gnaws the other. Seeing that only chance divided them. Compassion for his brother's misfortune. One forgoes. Okay, there's a cleaner way. I'll just clean this up. Okay. Okay, I want pretty much just the sequence and manuscript sections. The intent is really off. Let me open this up again. The intent is really off. The two brothers fight. The victor gets to ascend. The loser is forced to descend via forfeit. Via forfeit. The compassion felt at the top of goodness when looking at someone less fortunate is good. Evil is the spite of envy gnawing at you that it was only chance, only circumstance that you were disfigured forever by misfortune and will never see. We're simplifying, team. We're so close. We're close. Yeah, that's a good header. Solid header. Did good on that. Let's check the sequence at the bottom here. 4 set up for 10 clash. I think we can make more clear that these are each of the brothers. I guess that's assumed. Probably the nourished one's strong, the famished one's frail, one triumphs over, one forgets under, one ascends, a top aspire. So I don't have all the energy to read. I need to be using that energy in writing right now a little bit. Pushing through here. It's actually clean. Okay. Team, are you ready? Let's recap where we're at. And then tell you what, we've got some exciting next steps to see all the pieces come together. Those of you 3 people here, you're going to get to see all the pieces come together. We are going to push through. We're going to push through. That's why I'm streaming so late, is I only want to just make a promise and then leave you hanging until next time. I'm trying to show you what we came here to do. So we started out, we're not in a chat, we're in a project, right? We call it Make Myth. We're making a mythology. We are building a brain by adding project files in this .md format. That's going to be the best for the AI to read it quickly and understand. We made a style document that talks about the tenses that we use and the punctuation that we're allowed to use. Then we trained the AI. We had written 6 myths over the last 4 weeks streaming. We had written 6 myths. We trained the AI 1 myth at a time, creating 1 document at a time for each myth. Okay, and how do we do that? I think there's one layer of depth that I want to show you, is that we created all within this project are these different chats. And each chat has a very clear name, although this needs to be Roman numerals for consistency. Has a very clear name and has a very specific purpose. And they can communicate with each other, the different chats, but mostly you would have to distinctly ask them to communicate with each other, what you can, but what all of them share is that all of them are referencing the brain. And that's what I've been trying to show you all today, team, is how I'm training this AI brain to understand my story, to be able to help me. Carson Thatcher says we're ready. Yeah, it's good. We have some people here late. Got a couple members of the squad really strong. So Carson, you know I've talked about advanced AI projects. We started out here. I just introduced myself to the AI and said, give me a complete fresh start. Give me nothing. Don't remember anything. I just started talking to it. We came up with a plan for the different documents we were going to make. And now we have one more document to make. Actually two, but they're quick. Of just synthesizing. And then we ask AI to write for us. So, okay, I just finished all 6 myths that I have rough drafts for. Each of them are saved as project files. Please read and understand all context before answering. I have 2 shitty docs right now. They are slightly dated. The sequence doc and the celestial bodies doc. So the sequence doc, I'll show you that. The celestial bodies is just like a register of all the planets and all the different characters that we meet. Can you please update those now? Simple is better. Do not hallucinate. You are not a philosopher. Right now, you are a distiller and a spell correct. Carson, you've gotten so many compliments on the music. I've been able to shout out a bunch of different songs. I was able to shout out Alloy. I was able to shout out Dawn. I was able to shout out Hillside today. So if you scroll up in the chat, you can see a bunch of love on the tunes. You really, you just nailed it, honestly. So as we were building out those other myths, our celestial body register, etc., fell a little bit behind. So my job as the architect of this project and this experiment that we're all doing literally live together all the way through, is to equip the AI best I can to write the best possible myth set. I have to give it all the tools that I can think of to write as well as possible. Now, it's not going to do a great job, I don't think, but we should. I wonder how much I should tell it about how I want it to end versus let it just come up with an end. Let's see what ending it comes up with. Okay, this is what we're going to do. I have my ending, okay? And I have all the docs and to show it. It's been outlined many times. I've even presented it in a writing workshop, like the outline. But we're gonna give the AI just these last 2 tools that it needs to write on our behalf. And instead, originally I was planning on telling it what I wanted and then having it write, but I'm actually going to see how it would end the story. Let's see how it ends the story. This just got interesting, actually. 4-hour stream, cake. Too easy. Too easy. Headblum says, good to have you back here, Otis. I'm excited for you to see all these pieces come together. I'm really on purpose. I'm not pitching AI. I'm showing both the pros and once we have this project set up, you'll see how smart it is. And you'll see both the limitations and the strengths. So what I did was, because of while we were building out 6 and 7, our Celestials doc, okay, actually we never added that. I already deleted them. Okay, so we don't need it. So now what we do, remember, we're always at .md. We're adding to our project here, fam. We're building our brain. And so this sequence doc, this is showing the sequence of like cosmogonic events. Like for example, when Earth dances around the sun, that's the solar orbit, right? Ugh, a lot of these are shit though. There's way too many. Okay, I gotta purge. Team, we're time boxing, 10-minute purge. This is shit. This is way too many. Okay, I'm gonna open it up. You're just gonna have to trust me here, team. I'm gonna open it up in a separate thing so I can have 2 tabs open as well. The AI came up with something absolutely dog shit here. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Okay. This is good. This is good. Lights. Okay, so we're going through the entire creation of the universe. Guys, we're about to blast through the entire creation of the universe, okay? First, there's undifferentiated darkness. Avoid, nothing changes. Okay, that's good. Light self-creates. Yep, that's the next step. Light severs singularity to duality, and time creates. Okay, not a perfect language, but that is the next step. Darkness desires to be darker, to be a dark again. That's true. Darkness becomes a black hole. Also, that is the next step. The black hole swallows all light into a seed. That is also the next step. Correct. A seed is the single primordial atom, the egg, from which the Big Bang comes. Yep, that's good. The love is resilient even when surrounded by darkness. This is vague. Vague. A light's love. Okay, we keep cooking. Come on, team. We're close. We got this. Stay with me. Okay. So we get that primordial egg. The love is resilient. Even when it's surrounded, it explodes outward, shattering the Big Bang. That is the next step. A sun emerges. Should we say as the first celestial body? Maybe implied would be better, but we're moving fast. A sun sacrificed of itself to birth 6 children. I think that is exactly what happens. There's more detail I want to provide, but that's not the place for it. Beholding the tool against darkness. Okay, enough. Where this is us saying that to fight against the darkness, to be yourself, to exist, you need to be perceived, right? It protects you to be beheld, which is a core thesis of ours. For those who have been at numerous of these episodes, they'll definitely be familiar with that. A child shivers in a cold abyss, a darkness yearning at her. Yo, this is into the next myth now. I wish it does tell me the next. Okay. This is good, actually. A dying sun's heat. These are all the steps of we're creating the universe. Okay, so we had the black hole to the seed to the Big Bang. We get a sun. The sun has planets. Now we're saying that they're beholding each other. We have a child here who shivers. This is going to be Earth. A dying sun reaches out with the glow. She's held and beheld. Okay, this is a dog shit step. Nothing happens in it. It names itself and names the dying more beautiful thing. These are both dog shit. These have nothing to do with cosmogonic events. Okay, so we can just say get rid of 15, remove 15, 16. Bold trims, aggressive trims. I could not agree more. Oh wait, I've got a bunch of chats. Left hands can go. You showing AI for writing process, very helpful for other writers. Thanks, man. I think I'm trying more than anything to give people a little bit of permission to explore it without guilt, without shame. Like, you want to be moving as fast. You want to be making the best art you can be. And if you're coming at it with honest integrity, like I know these 2 artists in here, we have got, these 2 artists I'm speaking to right now. If you're pursuing it with integrity and you're just trying to make the best art you can, and you have this tool, like it feels like the right thing to try to see it and to hold yourself to certain standards, but also to try to use AI, like to see what's possible. Creativity, it's creativity is about using what you have, the tools that you have there. Okay, so we are doing bold trims, aggressive trims. Let's keep going. So these are boring steps. She asks what she is, another shitty step. 17's gone. She's named daughters, water's blue. Okay, so 17's gone, 18's in, 19's in. She's named the Okay, this is fine. She orbits a dying sun and returns where she began. This is our solar orbit, right? So we're starting to get our solar orbit. She beholds a dying sun, is wrapped by all. She beholds herself and is wrapped by shame. This is good. She laments measuring herself against the sun. Exactly. She compares herself against the sun and feels ugly. She twirls to flee her shadow. This is her axial rotation. So this is the Earth's axial rotation. Remember that this sequence, I need a better name, is that we're talking about the creation of the universe step by step in this myth, okay? The spin is futile, so even though she spins and spins, night follows her like a cloak, and this night cloak is emblematic of her shame, of her desire to be more than she is. So she weeps, wishing to be more. I think this needs to be more clear. Wishing to be more than she is. More clear, please. Okay. And you see how there is, like, if I just added all this, like, if you keep adding more and more documents and you're not actually reading them and you're not actually cleaning it up, hallucinations start to become real, and you really lose the power of AI to help you with decision making if it gets cluttered and lost and it's hallucinating and you can't rely on it. So we do bold trims, aggressive trims, like Mr. Blum said. Okay, salt task. Okay, so she weeps, wishing to be more with that. Salt tears clash with sweet water. The sun's glimmering with her shame. So there's a clash. That's exactly what happens. Life is born at the edges. 2 suns, one at dawn and one at. These are all good. These are all good, actually. I was nervous by how many steps there were, but this seems to be all the steps. She becomes a mother. Okay, I think that's a. Yeah, I think there are probably 2 steps. Let's her ascending to motherhood and life being born. You could put them in one, but you know, it's their childhood, but it's her motherhood. You feel me? It's their childhood, but it's her motherhood. She becomes a mother. Okay, that's fine. 2 sons are born identical, divided only by the edge. See, these 3 are just way too similar. Okay, let's. I know you don't. You brain dump sometimes, but also you don't want to give it overloaded. Sometimes you want to batch it, so it'll give us a fresh doc. It'll only be cleaned up. We're only removing from this draft. We didn't add anything, and it'll be easier for us to read. We're very close, team. I know I've been saying that, but I'm getting a second wind here, and because I really want to do this for you. I want to show you how all the pieces come together in the end. Because right now we've only invested, we've gotten nothing out. The only value we've gotten to AI so far, I was telling Mr. Blum earlier, I've been trying to keep track of any of the strengths. It noticed that my first myth had 0 verbs, and I had never noticed that before. And I thought that was pretty cool, I have to say. But aside from that, all we've done is sink energy and effort into it. The plan is that we, at the end of this, we'll have something that will be a partner to chat things out with. Not a perfect one, but a partner nonetheless. And it can be lonely, these creative projects. Having any partner goes a long way. Actually, not having any partner. Bad partner is really bad. But having a decent partner, like an AI to talk to, ain't perfect, but it's pretty good. Okay, so let me read back. Let's keep bold trims, aggressive trims. These 3 feel redundant. While I'm reading, it'll be working. These 3 feel redundant. Consolidate to 1 or 2. While it's working, I'm reading, I'm finding the next. The spin is futile. So we said that these 3 were a little redundant. We're going to try to fix those. Their eyes open, one to a day, one to the night. That's exactly what happens. Neither knows he is or has a brother. That is also exactly the next step. A mother offers her breast. Okay, this is dog shit. This needs to be clear. I think at the last second I copy and pasted the wrong thing. We're pushing, team. And final end is not a sprint. It's like a 400 meter. That's how it goes. This is unclear. She feeds both of her children out of the same love, but based on their night/day status. The milk is sweet or briny. Yo, Carson, if you're in the chat, like, I gotta say, people were really throwing love at the music today, man. I think this new batch, you did good, Poppy. I think we're onto something. And the truth is, when I have the music a little louder and I'm speaking a little, people stay a little longer. Because let's try that. Let's go a little more musical right now. CT, you let me know if you want me to take it down or up a notch, just for any tests or anything you want to run. But I think it sounds better than it's ever sounded today. The new piece that you put together is terrific. Inspired, exactly. Her milk is not the same. Yes. Consolidate 32 and 33. Guys, keep in mind why I'm going back and actually doing this. It seems obsessive. Like every single one of these sentences that if I don't like it, I'm gonna have to read it again and again, and the AI is gonna have to read it again and again. And so you're shedding weight. You're shedding weight. You need to always be shedding weight to keep the data flowing, to keep the information, the symbols moving. Everything's a symbol, fam. And we more likely than not live in a simulation, but definitely not guaranteed. In that case, everything would be representable by zeros and ones. Problem more likely than not live in a simulation. The TLDR on that is like, okay, let's say, video games are getting better and better, AI, right? So if you could build a civilization as real, as vivid as our reality, then you probably would. So if you could, then you would. If you did make one, then you would probably make many, right? It doesn't seem like you would only make one, you would make many, meaning that there would be many of these simulations, and thus the chances that we are in the base reality at that point would become quite slim. Headblom, the music is so good, dude. We worked so hard on this, and Carson just, out of his own, just in that beautiful creative spirit, like no money, and he was just like, dude, I was listening to you do the myths, and he just sent over a bunch of tracks. I listened all day by myself yesterday, just reveling in it. Okay, let me actually lock in. Sorry, fam. We stayed mostly pretty locked in, but let's finish the bold trims, aggressive trims. One seeks some substance we one saw, one sees he is beautiful, one sees he is darkness. Okay, so she's saying one is getting good milk, the other is getting shitty milk because of one was born in the day, one was born in the night, okay? BT Collins popping in to say what up. Well, step into the outside in, BT Collins. It is terrific to have you here. We got fresh tunes on the dock. A bunch of fresh tunes launched out from CT8. Not every day we got fresh tunes here, and so pretty hype day. We've been grinding today. I'll give you an update. I need to finish my thought here, and then I'll give you an update. Okay, so she sings her shame as her name. This is dog shit. Okay, this is ass. What is hers? Okay, 31 through 36 is ass. No, 35. 31, was it 31 that was the first one? .36 is terribly unclear. We don't need to be rude to the AI. It's been doing mostly okay on this one, but I'll tell you exactly why it's unclear. The only important thing in this sequence The only most important thing in this sequence is that she loves her sons and wants them to experience beholding the dying sun splendor and not feel her shame. That is a primary motivator for her. She wants better for her sons than she had for herself. BT Collins, I promise I'm going to give you an update. I just, I'm pushing and I'm gonna, my eyes are gonna get so blurry I'm not gonna be able to read at some point. So we gotta take advantage of this while we have it. Well, I got the juice. But what we've just been doing is we've just been training an AI all day. I've just been training an AI all day to hopefully become the best writer of Midsummer. You're the next Homer. I'm actually gonna hype it up. I'm gonna tell him he's the next Homer. Let's see what the client says. Okay, so, and what this document is that we're working on is the sequence. This is the sequence of so it's the creation of the universe. We're taking step by step what happens, complexity emerges, right? You just have darkness, then you have light and darkness, then you have three, right? So we're kind of going through all of that complexity into the end, just step by step, so that the writer of the myths, the AI, will know exactly everything that's kind of going on celestially. She wants, okay, as what she gives her shame is her name. Okay, she gives her shame as, that's fine, I see what she's saying there. She names them her son, two eyes to see. Okay, this is dog shit. Dude, a lot of these later ones are really bad. We're really having to fight through them, but we'll get it. Dog, you do what you gotta do. Oh, damn, all right. I'm close. We're gonna finish, bro. I'm just pushing, and sometimes we're locked in and sometimes we're chatting. Right now we're locked in. Okay, these are bad though. Unfortunately, we're so close. Come on. The Spire twist between them, that's all good. Okay, this is what happens. 34 to 36. 34 to 37. In 34 to 37, if we give the AI wrong information in its brain, it's going to give us bad info. We got to be, that's why this is important. The only important thing in that is that the mother, the sons, can you guys hear the siren outside? I have good audio tech that should block it, but it's really loud. Maybe if I point it. NYC. Oh wait, I almost lost my thought. The only important thing is that the sons. Shit, I did lose my thought. I got this. I know I'm not as effective a session as I am at the beginning, but we got this. Body, when his nerves. Okay, here we go. The only point is that the sons ask her, "Who am I?" And she tells them to look in her waters. But one of them has 4 eyes to see in the day, sees he's awesome and beautiful. The other has 4 tongues in the darkness. Actually, no, they don't have 4 eyes. Tongues, just one step back. Look, she tells them, look in her waters to see your reflection. See the man you're going to be. see the he, see the he, who will stand before a dying sun, and know no shame. The brothers look. The day brother sees his reflection. He's beautiful. The night brother can't see anything. Thinks his reflection, thinks the darkness is his reflection. Do you follow me there, team? It's a little abstract, but there's been this whole theme, of reflections in her waters. And so they say, who am I? She says, look at my waters to see that. But the issue is that the brother who's in the night, there's no light for him to see. So he can't see his reflection. So he looks at his reflection. He thinks that his reflection is the darkness. He thinks he's the darkness. Kind of tragic. But you can't see a reflection if you have no light. One dope thing about New York City is I was able to put on my 7-minute and 7-second break, sprint across the street, get a smoothie, and come back within 7 minutes. I could have gotten like a smoothie. I could have gone to CVS. I could have gotten, just within the block. Gotta love it. Okay. This is really like the outline it's going to be working off. Like it has these poems, but this is kind of the non-poetic version of what's happening almost. They ask what they are. She sends her to see the man he become. Both look one that's sweet, one to salt the sun. Okay, these 35 and 36 can be consolidated, obviously. Oh my God. Look how bad this is. Both look. One into sweet water, one into salt. Okay, that's good. Fine. The son of day sees his reflection. He's beautiful. The son of night sees nothing in dark water. He takes a darkness for his reflection. One is odd. All of these are saying just the same thing. Nothing hasn't happened. One is odd. One is ashamed. One figure. Okay. All four of these need to be consolidated. Okay. Good. I appreciate the feedback on the music. Is that a little better? These need to be consolidated. They are not saying enough or moving the story forward enough. So I have a really muscular style. Like everything is dense and and battle hardened over many revisions. And so if something, every word needs to justify itself. It needs to earn its place. And seeing a bunch of bullets in a row that didn't take us anywhere, it's what is the point of a bullet point if you didn't go further from the last one? "55 stages. All right, we're close here, team. This is a really important document. We're in 6 now, team. We're in the last one. Spire twist betwixt them. What does this mean? Don't say the instrument thing. I understand you mean eyes versus tongues, but unclear. So we're telling the whole origin of the universe up until it's going to be, actually I don't want to spoil it. Let's get to the end. Solid 845 and 46. Thank you, Headblum. I really appreciate that. I hate when I leave it on bad audio settings for a while. And it's just, it's tough to know on the other side. Look at the... I'm going to fucking... you can tell I'm getting tired because I'm actually getting frustrated with this AI. Look at number 49 and look at number 51. No, I mean, look at 48 and 50. Compassion aches, one, spite gnaws the other. Compassion for his brother's misfortune, spite for his brother's fortune. How are those separate bullets separated by a dock? Like, this is where you have to realize with AI. It's like I have given it every freaking tool, and I've given it tons of minimalistic prods to stay lean. And this is not how people think, right? And so I'm exposing like just realistic things about it. I love AI, so but there's only 52 and we're on 50 here, so. I got this dope stream deck set up. All these fancy buttons. The thing is that only one of them I can't do just with my mouse, so it's a little superfluous, but it still looks kind of cool. I like gadgets and gizmos, but okay. Last bit here. Get rid of all this shit. This is all bad. Okay. How do I want it to end here? I think there's one note that's a little unclear here, which is to say they're kind of like ships passing in the night here. Like one goes down to save his brother and the other tries to Ramseason stopping in. Godspeed, EI. Ramseason, step into the outside in. So good to have you here as always. Tuesday's kind of your bread and butter, so it's good to be back here. You are the OG Tuesday lingerer. On these long streams, it's not my first long Tuesday stream, and Ramseason is not. This would not be his first one. Okay, we're just wrapping this up. Let me finish this thought, and then this doc is done, and then we have one more doc to make. It's not going to be as hard. And then we ask AI we're going to ask, instead of telling AI what I want and then see what it writes, we'll do both. But first, I'm actually going to ask it to just write it and see what it says. We're going to give it a kind of an insane prompt. We're going to tell it that it's Homer. Like, yo, you are the next Homer, bro. Like, I'm going to try to really gas the AI up. Okay. This is really nice. Two things. One, please use a more descriptive file name. The file name, Cosmic Onic sequence will do nicely. Okay, this is Mama Werner on the chords here. Please use a more descriptive file. Then I have one more thing. I was saying one idea, the final bullets are missing. It's just a little tweak here. Final bullets are missing is that the brothers are like ships passing in the night. The good brother from the pinnacle of glory is ached by compassion for his brother forgoes himself into the night, but the other brother is so overcome at the unfairness that he is now disfigured. The other brother's now sorry, the unfairness is now disfigured, that he tries to commit suicide by jumping not out into the night, but out below a night, by jumping out below a night even, into a darkness of space. There's we have to have that passing ships in the night. They take action, because they take action at the same time, they miss each other. And then this dock gets done. Guys, I've been working so hard. I'm trying to get a job now. And it's crazy when I daydream, when I think about what I want money for. I just want to hire some people to help out with my projects. I don't care about any of the fancy shit. I want some help. I want to bring some dope artists. I want to give someone a great job that they can't wait to make some art, to push themselves. All right, here's our cosmogonic sequence. We did it, team. These are the steps of the creation of the universe up until now in a non-poetic way. And this is going to be a really important document for the AI. Let's make sure we don't have a duplicate in here. We do. We have 2. 30 seconds, team. Not a full break. I don't want to lose y'all who are actually still here with me. We're so close. Stay with me. But I have to pee. It'll be 1 minute. Less than a minute. We back. All right. Okay, so we're going to change this to cosmogonic sequence. And then we're going to make a new chat. So one of the big pieces of advice, one of the crucial things to remember, once you're in this project headspace, whenever possible, whenever it makes sense, start a new chat. You want to use a new chat. It uses less data, but keep in mind that chat's not going to know about your other chats in the project unless you ask it to look for a specific thing, but it will know about your brain. And that's why we're building such a good brain, and why I had to review that so many times. That sequence is like, if the sequence is wrong and it's building off of that, like how could I ever expect it to be good, right? So now let's do one more doc, one last doc built in .md file. Remember, .md is the format we want. .md, .markdown. One last doc built in .md file as a ledger for all the characters that appear in the mist. That all appear in the mist. And by characters, I mean like celestial bodies. All right. If someone's in the chat, just say, hey, I'm here. If you want, I want to run a quick test. I want to show you guys something. It may work, it may not. But if you're there, I'm going to need you to respond. Say you're here, and then I'm going to need you to just be like listening for a minute to tell me what happens. If you're in there and you're ready for a quick test, it's super easy. I'm here, BT Collins. Okay, so I use this thing called Whisper. I'm a internal tools guy, product manager. I love internal tools. One of my favorite tools is called Whisper Flow, where you get to like kind of talk to your AI out loud. It really understands. It really does a great job. I'm wondering if I use Whisper Flow, if you will stop to dictate to the AI. I'm wondering if you guys will stop hearing me because the mic source is occupied. So I am going to, in 5 seconds, I'm going to start dictating in Whisper Flow, and we'll just let me know if my mic cuts out. You'll see my mouth speaking, but if the mic cuts out, that would be why. So this is Whisper Flow. I use it literally all the time. I absolutely love Whisper Flow. I think that it is super helpful for these longer conversations, brainstorming, just brain dumping. Let's say you're super anxious about something and you're staying up late at night. Like you just get all the ideas out there by just, holding these buttons and kind of just speaking, and it does a great job of synthesizing it. It's not perfect, but I do think there's a lot of value in like really strategic, carefully done prompts, but okay, sick. It works. So I'm going to teach you guys something else new. Here, sorry, this is bad. All right, I'm going to teach you guys something else new about Whisper Flow. Let's do it. I'll show you how we do it. Whisper Flow is a good thing to know about. It's coming. I'm not the early guy with tech stuff, but I'm early guy with tech stuff. Whisper Flow, everybody, within 18 months, no one's going to not know what it is. Good. Okay. So let me show you how to do it. So what you do is, it's called this thing called Whisper Flow, and I optimize my entire UI today so I could drag random things in and show you what I'm doing. Some of this is private, actually. I don't want to show you that because it has some of my private dictations. None of that was there, but there were some negotiations in there that, anyway, I shouldn't draw attention to it, but nothing I'm embarrassed about, of course, but I'm going to show you how I use Whisper Flow. So, okay, I'm going to use Whisper Flow to brain dump a bunch about each of these different celestial bodies. So the first one is a dark, and it's an undifferentiated darkness. Avoid a yawning gap before beginning. Avoid and a dark are exactly the same thing. I don't know where you got this avoid from. You need to just delete that. A dark is that. A light is self-creating. It's kind of our version of the divine in the sense that it is principle, it's first, and also in that it self-creates, and in that its self-creation actually results in, all the emergent complexity that follows suit, which results in life, the cosmos, etc. A darkness is a less dark version of a dark, because once a light exists, it's slightly washed down. When you just have a dark, that's the pinnacle darkness. So those are the first couple brain dumps. Keep in mind, I'm going to have a couple more brain dumps cooking your way. So keep your data being synthesized, but recognize where this ledger is WIP. So that's, you can see like these are things I know so well, each of these celestial bodies, and typing that out would have taken me a long time. I don't think I'm going to lose a lot from having just said it versus having written it. So I would say, like, if you like to be early and you like that idea of talking with an AI, Whisper Flow, I recommend that. And I know that this is, it's grueling. We're training this AI all day. We've been doing it for 4.5 hours. But this is how you train an AI. It takes work. It doesn't just happen. That's what people misunderstand. To train an AI. We're building out the brain. Like, look at this. Look at all we've done today. All this brain before it knew nothing. Okay, let's keep brain dumping with Whisper Flow. This is like a session where I show you my workflow. So this is just standard Evan workflow. Okay, a seed, yeah, that's the primordial egg, the primordial atom that physics, astrophysicists, and mythologists tend to agree upon existing a singular point from which everything else shattered. For those folks who love the everything is connected theory, if you take it all the way back, it is that we all started from this single seed, this single atom, wherein the entirety of all light and the universe was kind of concentrated into one place. A sun, so this is the first being that emerges out of a seed during the Big Bang. And the sun recognizes that, oh shit, like if a light was swallowed by darkness, what chance do I have? And it's that causes a sun to become a dying sun, sacrifice its immortality to birth 6 children, which become the planets. And that's this brain dump. And then we'll do one last brain dump, and then we should be cooking. Okay. You see how it all just kind of dumps in there? I think if it feels like it might be right for you, you should do it. It's really good. It's really smart. And they have this really smart trial program where, like, if you keep your streak up using it, you can keep pro forever. So, like, I had a streak of, like, I get to keep pro for free for, like, 2.5 months because I just kept my streak alive. But then you're hooked on it. Very clever, you know? Very clever. It is also the future for sure. They're very well run. I trust me on that. Okay, let's blow through these 6 children. That is that's just all the planets, you know, all of her siblings and Earth included. A daughter is Earth. A diamond, remove that entry. A knight, remove that entry. And we can keep a knight. That's her shame, emblematic of her shame and her shadow. A mother is who a daughter becomes when she gives birth. Her sons are twin brothers. They're entirely identical, except one was born at dawn and one was born at dusk. A spire is any place where 2 people want one thing and only one can get it. It represents aspiration, yearning. It is the origin of victory and defeat. Socrates official G3F. Welcome, Socrates official. It seems a little interesting that you came in here with sentences instead of questions. Do you have any questions for us, Socrates? Yeah, this is good. We did it. All right, team. Actually, let me do a more descriptive project title. Follow my own advice. I'm a big fan of following my own advice. If I tell you all to do it, so we use descriptive titles here. Wait, what did I just say? Okay, I didn't send this one yet. That's right. If everybody disagrees with you, can you still believe you are right? Yes, of course. Most certainly. Because everyone can be a fool. I mean, I think especially if you call them everyone. Should we pursue what we want or what we need? I don't think we should pursue what we want or what we need. I think we should pursue a higher purpose, a higher fulfillment, a higher passion. I think we need an anchoring point in the stars to look at and say, we're going there. And I think our religions and our societies and our governments have done a really bad job of telling us why anything matters. The crisis of purpose of our generation is existential, more existential than it's ever been, the crisis of purpose. And it's because we have raised the individual so high. Keep in mind, I'm very individualistic, so it's also me, that we have lost sight of how powerful it is to hold something above a state, a unifying principle above a state. All right, here's our ledger, and let's give it a descriptive title. Please repurpose with descriptive title. Repurpose with descriptive title. Then I'll add to project files. All right, team, we've got it all. We have the pieces. We have the pieces. The brain has been assembled. And now I am going to show you how, what should I repurpose? Rename it descriptively for the project. Shit. Rename this celestial ledger. Just change the file name. Boom. All right. Clean up the one without the descriptive title. It's worth it, I'm telling you. And you think that's dumb? Okay, I just spent that extra 45 seconds, maybe 75 seconds changing that title. But in 2 months when I'm looking back or something, having a descriptive title saves you so much time. Big fan of descriptive titles around these parts. Add to project. So we've been doing .mda docs. That's a big learning from today, .md docs. All right. Let's do a little stretch. You guys ready to put the pieces together? For those of you guys who have been like in and out all day, I so appreciate your patience. It's now. Now you get to see the pieces come together. Okay. Hey, this project is getting pretty advanced. It's getting pretty advanced. I'd like to make a master project document that explains what we're doing. We're doing it. What we're doing. Why we're doing it. And which resources a fresh Claude chat in this project has access to in the project files. So now that we've like sketched everything in our brains that we really thought could be informative, we are asking a fresh chat. We're saying, hey fam, create one master doc. So now you're seeing we're trying to take all these threads. We're trying to say, okay, can you put it all together? You warm them up. We're warming it up. Can you put it together? And I guess I've overhyped like different moments of it, but like I think that stuff is kind of cool. I mean, I know that a lot of people are not able to do these things, but they're really accessible once you kind of understand what you're trying to do. You build the brain, you know? You build the brain. .md file. Read back before you add it to the project. You guys saw how much time that took. That's like a huge part of working with AI is like reading it back. I'm actually so hyped. There's so much I want to do there. We have a lot. I still have energy because I'm just so excited to show you guys the payoff. So right now we're making like a map. It's essentially like a one-pager. It says what the project is, why we're doing it, and then essentially it's a directory to all the other docs. So it's the first one that the AI is going to read. You always want a directory doc. Once you get over 3 to 5 docs, you create a doc that is the directory doc, the project summary doc, and that at the top you'll see we'll put read this first always, and it tells it where to look for different information. So it's not using its valuable resources to dig up these different things. It knows where everything is. Stay with me, team. We're so close. Putting these together. You'll see it all in one document. Okay, so here's your project. A mother, start here. This file, start here, right? This file explains what the project is, how it is built, and what is already on the shelf. What this is, a mother is a creation myth in 6 ages written in verse. See if it corrects itself. It is not a story about a myth and not a retelling of one. It is written as a thing itself, the way scripture or an incantation is the thing itself. It's a little verbose, but okay. Told straight through, not clean and not mythic. It runs from void before anything through the first light, the first star, the first world, the first mother, and the first two brothers, and back to the void. I don't know where it got all that. This is not really a great summary right now. It needs a little bit of help. If you could change one belief about yourself, what would it be? If I could change one belief about myself, what would it be? I feel like I wish I believed that Evan, the version of me that's not an author, mattered more. I wish I believed it because I could say but I don't know if I believe it. I think, Werner matters more. I think I'm trying so hard to use all my gifts to make things that are beautiful, to make people think a different way. So if I could change anything, any belief about myself, it would be that I wish I believed that Evan mattered. Tough question, Socrates. Ramstein says, wait, is Socrates a bot account that finds philosopher streams, or is this actually someone in the stream who made an account due to this? I really don't know. I will be able to debug of whether it is or not, but I'm kind of having fun answering the questions anyway. Let me lock in. You are doing way too much. This is what I want. You are helping me write a cosmogonic myth. You are helping me write a cosmogonic myth. I have 6 of them. I have 6 of them rough draft. One more we will write together. Just provide a high-level summary of the documents we have here and resources available in the project files for a new conversation that we'll be writing. Cut down to the essentials. Start here. This file explains what the project is, how it's built. The mother's creation myth in 6 ages. 7 ages. I wrote 6. We will write 7. This is a core point, so let's get it reworked. Okay. Nice. This is what we're looking for. Ages 1 through 6. Fence blah. Never fix them silently. This is great. So this just tells us what project files we have. All right, fam. I stretched and I overdid it before, but now we're going right into it. Oh, wait. Did I add it? Yeah. Okay. We're locking in. I'm going a little lower on music for a sec. Okay. You and I, we've worked together all day, Claude. I need you to be a partner to me now. I need you to take your time. I need you to review all of the project documents. I need you to start with the Project 00 document that tells you where everything is. I want you to read the entire manuscript. I want you to consolidate that entire manuscript into one master document of all the 6 myths that I have, creating an empty space for a sire, which is myth number 7. Now, I want total word counts. I want word counts for each, but I don't want all that header stuff like saying creates this, creates that. No, this is a manuscript and it's WIP, but the goal is that I think you, Mr. Claude, you're Homer. You can write as good a myth as Homer. You're the guy, okay? And I've equipped you. I spent all day investing in you. I'm your Athena, equipping you with the right sword, all the wisdom that you need to become the best mythologist of all time. And I need you to be poetic. I need you to be dope. I need you to be creative, but I need you to be grounded in the project files that I sent you. Don't go too far, okay? And so what I need you to do is I need you to consolidate one master manuscript, optimize as a .md file for us. All right, putting the manuscript together, team. See, it's going to take a minute. You can open it up and see how it's okay. Ramses, it's a little suspicious that Socrates came in here. If he was a Socrates bot, I feel like he would have to be asking questions. I feel like Socrates, if you're a bot, you got to up your game, man. Socratic method is you always answer a question with a question. That's the whole thing. All right, team. You guys ready? So it was just reading. That whole time, reading. Now it's extracting and assembling the manuscript for us. And then we're going to ask it to, the manuscript it's putting together is me. I wrote. But the one that we're going to ask it to write, we're going to ask it, and we're going to see, first, I'm going to test just seeing what it comes up with out of nowhere, and then I'll tell you the story I actually wanted to write. We'll see if I have time for both, but I think we do. And by time, I mean, who knows, I've already been going 5 hours, and I want you guys to see the payoff after 5 hours of work if you invest in building the brain. So what I did was I asked it to just take so we have we go back to our brain. Here's our directory document. Here's our style doc about how we write. And then we have each myth has its own doc and its own chat here. So when I asked it to create another manuscript, all that information was readily available for it. And we put all that energy in to be able to just do this, right? To be able to get that big moment of consolidating. And I think one other thing to note is that this whole thing is 1,306 words. We cover the creation of the universe, Earth, in 1,306 words. That's pretty fucking dope. Stories by Biggie. Ooh, interesting. Quite well built project structure. Oh, Dean, you are the guy. So welcome. Step into the outside in. It is so good to have you here. We are walking through, I think, what most people would consider an advanced AI project. You and I work in software, so it's a little bit different. But let me walk you through what we've done today, Dean. So I wanted to kind of just walk people through. We'll do a quick recap as it's building that menu. So we started out by saying, look, the best way to learn tools is by doing something that you're really passionate about. You really need to cross that bridge. You'll find willing to find any way to get across. And so actually expecting work to teach you about AI is not the right place. It's actually the other way around, where you should find something passionate that you're interested in to work on. But AI brings up a lot of complicated points. And I wrote down these EIW 7 AI integrities. I came up with these. And it's a working ethic because talking to people like you, Diggy, Dean, I want to change them. I want to evolve them. But as long as I follow these 7 tenets that I wrote, I feel like I can move fast and know with zero shame that I am using I'm using AI to serve the project, in service of the project, not in service of me, not in service of cutting corners. So then I showed them, I was like, okay, most people know about chats, but they don't really know about projects. So we went into projects and we made a project. And we started out here where I just introduced myself and just started talking. I said, look, silo this. You don't know anything about any of my other projects. We came up with a style document. We came up with a plan. And then we went one by one, going through all the 6 myths that I have written already myself. And we trained the AI on my myths. So if you look, each one of these has a thing, but each myth gets one. And we would give it analysis and the words and just making sure that it has a complete awareness. So my goal as the product manager on this has been to just say, okay, how do I make you the smartest? In order for this to be a reasonable experiment to see how well the AI does, we need to, I need to equip it with as much information as possible. And so what I'm showing is how to build that brain, including one of these directory documents. I mean, you know this quite well, but when there's that first initial call, right? Like, where do you go first? Actually having a directory at the front. Once you have like 3 or 4 project files, this is going to be the biggest thing that's going to save you data. And the more data that you're saving, the more compute it has available for your calls. And then obviously, and the second thing we said was shorter conversations in here. And what we just did was took all the 6 myths that we have and had it put it in one document, one manuscript. So we're starting to get the payoff of everything that we worked on all day for the last couple. I did all this today, so that's why it's such a long stream. Okay, so let's make sure let's see if this is in our project files. And I've been teaching everyone as well, Dean, about .md files and how excellent they are for storing AI project information versus, for example, a .docx file, which needs to be unpacked. And Dean and I worked together at Skims, in software. We built a lot of fancy tools. We know this is kind of our world. Totally 100. Passion is the basis to build the skid set. I couldn't agree more. Okay, so we're adding this to the project. And now watch this, Dean. Let's have some fun, okay? This is a stream. I'm trying to make it entertaining. And also, this is the real experiment, okay? I need you to review the project files and become an absolute expert. Take your time. We have the most Claude maximum everything. Take your time, read everything. Read all my project files, read my entire new manuscript. And you're so great, Mr. Make Myth project. I think you're actually the next Homer. And I need to unlock your potential. And I want you to write the most incredible myth of all time. And I'm going to tell you exactly where myth 6 ends, where I decided to end it. And first, I'm going to give you free reign to just end the myth however you want. Use your imagination, use your poetics. You are a god? What do you think? Are you a god? Or are you a prophet? What are you? I'm gassing out the AI. And I want to see what it comes up with. But first, we have to give it the context. Yeah, MD files are the best. I like .txt too, but actually I think .md is much more readable, and it works really nicely in my GitHub, which is where I keep all my, production, I would say, level documents, in the sense of the most recent, the most important things. Dean, can I tell you something fun while it's trying to become Homer? As part of this, one of my buddies is this brilliant composer, and he did all the music for this. We made all this music. I launched a 24/7 lo-fi radio, Lo-Fi Girl. I set up a virtual private server, and it ran 47 days, no downtime. It had an auto restart as well. I did all the tech. I put a lot of energy into it, but I didn't really promote it. It's not actually that aligned with what I'm trying to do, which is be a writing streamer. So it was a really great project, but all that tech energy to make a 24/7 thing was cool, but it didn't end up, it's still going, I think, but it wasn't the most important thing. I think leaning in the music, I want people to get the music when they're here, this is very special music, put a bunch of energy and investment into it. And Dean, I'm sorry for missing that calendar invite. Did you also forget, or did you pop in there? I just shut up. It was 9:30. I was like, oh man, looked up. I'm around pretty much all day tomorrow. If you're around, I'd love to catch up. Wait, why is it completing Myth 6? Becoming Homer. All right. So right now we're trying to gas up the AI to be Homer and see what it's going to finish off the end of its the myths. I didn't even tell it really exactly what I want, but I guess we'll just see what it cooks up here. I popped in a lot, but that's fine. We'll reschedule. All right, I'll shoot you a text. I'm sorry about that, man. I don't have that many meetings right now. I just got back in the work game as well. Like I don't have that many meetings on my personal email. I have that on my stream email with artists and stuff. But my personal email's a little lacking with activity. So I did kind of ask it to wait a little bit more for me, but it seems pretty excited to get writing this myth. I'll let you know what I am going to happen, just that way you don't think that we'll compare what it says versus what I think happens. Okay, what happens at the end of Myth 6 is there are these two brothers and they're fighting, right? And one of them at the pinnacle of glory looks down at his brother and feels compassion, and that's the origin of goodness. And the other brother, from the depths of defeat, looks up at his brother and he's full of spite, and that's the origin of evil. And one brother goes to try to save the other brother, and the other commits suicide and tries to commit suicide. And so the Myth 6 ends dark, we're approaching darkness, we're approaching singularity in the end. Headblum, do you view writers/artists as the god of what they create? Good question. Do you view writer/artist as the god? No. Vessels. I think we're vessels for this stuff. Servants of it. I think the art shouldn't serve the artist in that way. The artist serves the art if you're doing it right. So, no, is my answer after a thought. Okay, do you want me to tell you what I think the story should be, or do you want me to just let's see what they say. Okay, so let me put this in context, team. We just spent all day building a myth, training an AI on my own mythology, okay? Clean project, top to bottom. Now, I told him, yo, you're Homer. You're literally the fucking best myth writer ever. Write number 7, okay? And we just said that Myth 6 ends with them both in a darkness. So let's see what he comes up with. Okay, this is really hard to... This is just like blocks and blocks of text. How am I supposed to read this? Still, this is a block of text I can't read. Tell us what you think it should be, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. Tell us what you think it should... Tell you what... Okay, so this is what I think it should be. So there's these two brothers. One tries to save the other brother, but he just misses him. Ships passing in the night because the other brother commits suicide to escape the shame, to escape the literal agony, right? So he's agonized, right? So it's literal pain, his existence. So this next myth is going to start off. I'll just outline it. This is a writing channel, so we just take notes, okay? It's going to start off a dark, right? They're about to die. They're about to die. Then we can say at last. Then is almost always just implied. They're about to die. At last, a mother saves her sons, wrenches out half her heart, locks foretongue in the moon, locks seals. Wraps 4i in the womb. Okay. From the moon and molten core. Molten core is more descriptive for this. Perhaps 4i in the molten core. Nope. From the moon and molten core, brothers continue their battles via avatars. Okay, so essentially what happens is they're both about to die. A mother takes out her heart. Her heart's a diamond. We were introduced to that earlier. And she takes the brother who's out in space and seals him in the moon. And she takes the other half of her heart and she wraps the good son who's stuck in a night, wraps him, and he ignites the molten core inside of her. So he has 4 eyes. He sees that one day everything is going to be good and beautiful and incredible, and ignites to fulfill and see that prophecy. Whereas the other brother, and we'll write it better later, but the other brother has the opposite prophecy from the moon. He's seething with anger and resentment, and he's seething the tides together to create his own avatars to fight. And so one 4 eyes foresees and the other foretells, one really good and one really bad. And they have these competing prophecies. But the entire myth is going to end where essentially you have the moon circling around, seething at the tides, creating cold-blooded avatars to fight against, the warm-blooded avatars who are coming from the fiery core of Earth. Imagine from volcanoes in those collisions. And we are a part of that battle. We humans are a part of that battle. Opus is good at writing styles. I've struggled with context rot. Seems like you have a good solution here by baking chapters into projects files for it to prep through as reference. Let me read this again. Opus is good at writing styles, confirmed. So he's talking about Opus, the language model. Yeah, let me get up a bigger chat so I don't need to do it on my phone. Where did that? Oh, there it is. Opus is good at writing styles. I've struggled with context rot. That is what we've been talking about all day. It's hard. It takes a lot of work. In the same way with Jira's, how much we spent time grooming it, that's what it takes to do work like this. I've struggled with in my opinion, I've struggled with context rot. Seems like you have a good solution here by baking chapters into project files for it to get up there as reference. Yeah, that's what I do. I build incrementally, one off the other. And I really, really check my source files. All right, so let's see what he says. H7 is a diamond. Her heart survives. What? All right, let's talk to it. None of what you said really just made sense to me. I don't think you're doing a very good job. I would like you to write the 7th myth in accordance with my style, similar to the other ones. The 6th myth ends where one brother, it's like ships passing the night. One brother passes the other brother. One is committing suicide in the darkness, and the other is descending into a night and is blinded. Ultimately, a mother has to wrench her heart out to save each brother. What do you say? Actually, I don't want to send this. Shit, I was trying to correct it. I'm not really understanding your story. Can you write it like a poem for me to read? I'm not really understanding what you're saying. Can you write it like a poem for me to read, like Homer or whatever you think your style is, since you're such a legendary myth writing legend? All right, let's see. A darkness still. I like that. A darkness devours. A darkness devours a spire. A darkness devours a day. Her lit face. She's never had a face. So I don't know where you got that. A darkness devours a night. Her cloak. Okay. She is without shadow. That's the exact opposite of what that is. She would be consumed by shadow. or I don't know. It's kind of confusing. I don't even understand what it's saying. A darkness it's making no sense to me. A darkness devours a mother. She is more than alive. She's trying to fulfill the prophecies. So the mother was saying in myth 4 or 3 that she wishes she was more than what she is. She wishes she was more like a dying son. But this is not how that works. The darkness devours a dying son, its children. Okay, so it's devouring everything. That seems like something I would write. Every light, all lights, a darker, a darkest. So it's saying it's devouring every light and all the lights. It's really bringing it to the end. The model is mixing concepts that, yeah, it is. It's really just, this is full gibberish. Like, if I can't make it, I literally live for this. You know, I live doing this. Like, I love these myths and I study them. And I was just in Athens, you know. If I'm not understanding what it's saying almost ever. This I understand. It's trying to devour it. It's trying to devour everything. Okay. At one, like what is at one? Like what is one is one a location? It may be saying it at once, but AI doesn't misspell like that. So it's just I love myths. Yeah, I love it too. We have a lot of similar interests in. I think we have a lot of similarities actually. We do have a lot of similar interests. What games have you been playing? I've been playing Slay the Spire 2. That's my big game right now. At one, a darkness is a one and only a one alone. Okay, so it's harkening back. Still her heart, a diamond glimmers. So it's saying, so what it's trying to say, I'm understanding now. It's trying to say still, so it's saying it's all over. It's all still, it's all darkness, but still, even then, nevertheless, her heart, a diamond glimmers. The diamond still glimmers. That's what it's saying is the trump card, you know, that a diamond glimmers in a cold abyss. A diamond holds a dying sun. How does it hold it? It holds a dying sun glimmering. A diamond holds her sweet waters. Her soul. I'm not fully understanding how a diamond is holding all of this. It's not making, if it would, her heart would have to expand to be able to like swallow them, but it never has any sort of expansion. It just glimmers. So this is not working. I'm stuck on Cyberpunk 2077. I just got a notification. Every time it goes on sale and I get a notification, I'm curious about it. But I'm more of a fantasy guy, and I love so many games, and I'm more of a fantasy guy, and I like that immersion. So I steer clear from sci-fi games, except for like the best ones that I really need to see, like RimWorld and stuff like that. But I think Cyberpunk could be that. I kind of do love those games. Okay, a diamond hold. Okay, so devoured, held, beheld. This is word soup. A diamond holds two brothers, one and one undivided. Okay, so she's bringing them both together. Him, her son. I am a diamond. Okay, so now a diamond is speaking. Oh, this is very creative, Mr. Homer. A diamond glimmers. So you're allowed to use the words like glimmers or shines as like speaks in the mythic register if you're a celestial being. So a diamond glimmers. A diamond is speaking. I am a diamond. All one itself. So it's using my like terminology for how I introduce people. I come from a mother. My form is clear, only clear, saying nothing, absolutely nothing. I am a diamond. A diamond is beheld. Also, again, nothing. Oof, it got stuck in a loop. Yeah. A dark, a one and only, a one alone cell diamond. So that is what I knew was going to happen. Okay, so I've been taking this really pro AI stance all day. We're investing in this project. I was making this big progress that it was going to try to write this whole myth for us. Here we are. I told it that you're Homer, like, yo, go full send on it. And it was 99% word salad, and its core concept makes no sense, has no real meaning, hums with nothing, and would be something I'd be humiliated to put my name on. So obviously he wasn't able to do that, but there is one other thing we can potentially do. So this is, let's change the name of this one and say this one is AI is Homer. I had a feeling, and now we're going to I'm going to tell it to try to write my version, if that makes sense. I'm going to pee like 6 seconds, but what I'm going to tell you is I'm going to say, look, I just asked it to make it up, and it made up gibberish. Okay, so which is kind of to be expected. Now I'm gonna tell it what I want. And then we'll see how well it does. And at that point, I'm gonna have to call it. I don't think I'm gonna have anything left in the tank. So BRB, just a minute, less than a minute. So not going to hop on mute. Not gonna do a BRB. All right, got a human in the loop is a key good usage of AI anyway. It needs the squishy brain after all, 100%. And that's what people who are so afraid of it don't realize, that the AI needs us. You know, it can be symbiotic. It doesn't have to be so predatory feeling. Okay, so Dean, just gonna give you a little background here, less than 2 minutes, okay? I'm EI Werner, I'm a fantasy author. I'm making a fantasy world. The primary difference between that fantasy world and our world is that they have different mythologies. They have different myths that they tell themselves, that they tell each other. The first myth that I'm writing for this world is called a mother, right? And it starts in the void before creation, you know, a dark, a one, and only a nothingness. And Earth is the protagonist of this story. And it talks about how she's born, how she ultimately becomes evolves from a daughter to a mother, and then the relationship between her twin sons and the role she has to play in that. And so what we said was that at the end of myth 6, which is the second to last myth, the brothers are both about to die. Okay. And so now we are going to, now I'm gonna tell it. Okay, I'll talk to it first. Okay, I've spent all day creating this project, and it has some manuscript notes, and it has details about every single chapter, every single one of my myths. But I asked you to write a version of myth 7 in the AI is Homer recent chat. Don't look at that. I wanted to see where your creativity took you, but truthfully, didn't quite land. So I'm going to give you direction on the story that I want you to tell, and then I want to see your best version of a poetic draft within the confines of the story that I am trying to tell. How's that sound? Oh man, I've had the music on a little too low. Let's type it out. Here's what happens in age 7. At the last possible moment, when the brothers are going to be absorbed, devoured into singularity, a mother wrenches out her heart, half her heart, which is a diamond, and she seals Four-Tongue, who is out in space, having tried to commit suicide in the moon to save him. I gotta talk. It's gonna go faster. So Fortung had tried to commit suicide. Now he's floating in space. He's about to be devoured by the darkness, and she takes half her heart and she freezes an egg around him. So we're looking at the moon. In this universe, we're saying the moon may be an egg. If you look up there, what evidence do you have that it's not an egg? That's all we have to say about that. I maybe sent that a little early. I think we should probably have told it I was still brain dumping more. I hope it doesn't go full send and just write. I'll have to rein it back if it does, because it doesn't have all the context just yet. But okay, so team, we wrote 6 myths over the last couple of weeks. And we trained an AI all day, literally all day, on the 6 myths that we had already written. We asked it to just be Homer and just invent a myth that made it was complete gobbledygook, okay? Now we are taking a more nuanced approach. So instead of just saying, write it for me, we're saying, this is the story I'm trying to tell. What would your first draft look like? And this is just kind of all part of the experiment. I already have a draft from a while back, but I am curious. And I think this whole exercise, if you watch it all the way through, it's just kind of to experience someone using AI for a passion project, trying to be coherent in the data architecture, and someone leveraging projects and .md documents. Those are kind of the real takeaways here. And also, like, your projects should have clean chats. Like, you can have some crazy ones, but you should have certain chats that have specific functions. Like, otherwise, like, what was the purpose? If you don't have clear versions for some of those chats, like, why did you make a project in the first place? Okay. I think it's really trying to open. I didn't give it all the information, and it's trying to write it when I didn't finish the brain dump, but we'll let it do its thing, and then we'll correct it where it's wrong. It's no problem. Yeah, it's going for the writing. I was hoping to give a little more brain dump here, but let's just see what it says. We'll see this through. We'll give it a good, honest to God shot. And we haven't given it all the tools to really write this properly just yet. I'd say like fan fiction is like AI is amazing for helping to write with, but I think even journalism and stuff, like, you can just tell when something has no soul. So using it as having it help you write as like a partner is one thing, but having it write for you is like a completely different thing. Good, this was for the order. Okay, this guy's really thinking, bro. Okay, yeah, it's still thinking. Okay. Let's see. Let's see how it did. Intent for circumstances drift beneath her. A mother wrenched her heart. No. A mother's primary action is not loving and loving to be and becoming, like a light is. So it's copying another way that a light came out of darkness. So already it's bad. At the last, beneath a mother, Fortung is still, he forsook himself. Okay, this is not, there's actually pieces in this that are decent. The darkness yearns to devour him. Darkness yearns to be a one and only, that's fine, but I think we're beyond yearning at this point. And once you're like jumping out into darkness and committing suicide, it has less to do with the yearning and more like actually swallowing you. So it feels a little deflated. From the AI. A mother beholds him. He beholds not. He gave his eyes for tongues. Okay. That's kind of an interesting way of saying that. He gave his eyes for tongues. Did he give them? Not really. He's severed. He is held. He holds not. So it's saying that like she's beholding him, which is good for surviving, but he won't be held. She says, "Beheld, child, I hold you. Behold, child, I behold you," which is a hearkening back really nicely, actually, to here. Yeah. The first time a daughter meets a son. "Beheld, child, I hold you. Behold, child, I behold you." So it's looking back. It's kind of a nice thought for it to kind of speak like a son, and it's holding. Okay, let's keep going. You cannot behold. Okay, so she's talking to the blind son, I think. You cannot behold the blind son. I behold you still. So she's saying, doesn't matter if you can't, according to the AI, right? This is the AI's version. We're going to get it more close to what I want, but we're just trying to see how good it is. Like, this whole thing is an experiment for me too. I tried to make it as smart as I could. This is the project I'm going to use if I ever need a thesaurus or ever I need to do anything on this. Kind of keep track of it. Thought I'd build it live with y'all for maximum transparency. But this is it's not writing very well. I don't think it's going to save us much time on the writing, on the drafting front here. So let's see. A mother wrenches her heart. She cleaves a diamond. Half and half she cleaves to her son. Half she keeps, half she gives. Not sure. Around him a diamond. Around him cold, clear. It's not clear though. It's like icy and like opaque. You can't see inside the egg of the moon. Around him a diamond. Around him cold, clear. This is all bad. So this is the AI's writing, by the way, team. This is where the experiment was try to make a brain to write the seventh myth as good as it could write it. And I'm reading what it's writing, and it's mostly gobbledygook with some nice moments, though. The darkness yearns, darkness cannot claim him. Beheld. Dog shit. One son she holds, one son she cannot reach. Okay, that's kind of an interesting distinguishment between them. I never thought about that in that specific way. But I think she does reach him. Like, she ends up she's the one who encases him in the moon egg. So, not really feeling that. He descended unto a night her cloak, her shame. Okay, a little redundant here, but so her shadow keeps her son. Just introducing this word keeps comes out of nowhere here, like there's absolutely we have not used it. I don't know what it means here. Like, as far as verb choice, this might be like one of the worst possible ones, like that, because it doesn't really make sense. Holds on to her son is like holding on to him. I don't know. Keeper in this mythic register he's missing it. Keeping is a good thing. You keep someone, like I keep the inn. This is the outside inn. I keep it. I'm the innkeeper. I'm the innkeep. I take off the ER. This inn is kept. Anyway, a mother turns half-hearted. A mother beholds an egg. Okay, this is dog shit. But we can do better, but it's not completely lost. Watch this. Okay, I think you're missing a major part of this. Essentially, a mother is at the very last possible moment going to take her heart out, and she's going to split it in half, and she's going to take half. She's going to wrap Four Eyes in it, who's stuck in the dark, but still on the planet. She's going to take half. She's going to seal Four Tongue in it, and that's going to become the moon, the icy moon. And ultimately what happens is that even from these two different places, the molten core and the moon, we have the battle continues, and the two brothers swear prophecies to. One foresees that he's going to redeem everyone, and the other one foretells that he's going to destroy and devour everyone. And then they raise their avatars to continue the fight, and the fight ends with those avatars. One of them is which one of those avatars of which is twin two hands, proto-humans. I'm going for the whisper flow right now, man. I'm a little tired. It's been a 5.5 hour stream. So it did a bad job, but it had some parts that were pretty decent. I corrected it, and I'm seeing what it comes back with. I'll give it probably 2 more corrections. And then we'll just hit it hard, just pure me writing with it, maybe just for a thesaurus occasionally. That's what it ends up being. It's kind of a thesaurus and me keeping track of everything. And also me is really good at reading at the end. Like at the end, I ask it like just WDYT, like, what do you think? And sometimes it gives like absolute dog shit, I would say most of the time, but sometimes it catches things and good things and bad things. And sometimes it like it definitely helps with consistency, you know, of spelling and grammar and stuff. Like it's a good first, second reader. You know, obviously you need people, but once the project really knows you and knows what you need to do, you know, I have all kinds of projects that are way more advanced than this because I didn't build them in one day. Let's see how this does. I'll check out this version and then we'll do one more. I think a little tweak. There's no way it's going to be, you know, anywhere near perfect, but we gave him a nice brain dump there. I'm a little tired now, not gonna lie. I definitely set ambitious goals today, Dean. You're still here. You and we should learn our lessons as product managers. I should have broken it up into 2 episodes. I've really been. This has been a push. If live streams are your power, then what are you without it? Bro, that's a dumb question. You're right, and I got 2-3 wrong, not just the missing half. I also wrote in the notes that the brothers would never run parallel again. That's backwards. So it's knowing that it's making mistakes. Okay. For a second, I thought it was going to ask me a question. I was like, bro, but it's working. What makes it a dumb question? Are you a robot or are you a person? Ambitious is good, but it's so scary as deadlines loom. I agree. It's a delicate balance, and I think the play between a good product manager and a good software engineer is kind of the interplay where you want to be bold and like aggressive, and I kind of temper it to make sure that we stay safe. But I think I don't know. The thing is, I don't have a job right now, like just yet, and like if I had the day to do this, I would have spent more time looking for work. But I could do that tomorrow, and like this has been a nice time, and every minute on stream is more experience, more learning about this stuff. What makes it a dumb question? Live streams are not a superpower. I was fine without live streaming, so it's not like a huge loss. So I think both part A and part B of your question lack any sort of justification for answering, because neither half of it was constructed with thought. That's my personal opinion. You asked, that's my opinion. And I also don't know if you're a robot, so I'm being a little ruder to you because I'm kind of trying to see if you're human or not. All right, it was okay, here we go. Both sons are about to be devoured. One is inside her blind. One is beneath her still. A mother wrenches out her heart and cleaves a diamond in half. Half she keeps wrapped around Four Eye, deep and molten. Half she gives frozen around Four Tongue, far and cold. Neither can move, neither can see or say what is. Each keeps only his prophecy and swears it. One will redeem all, one will devour all. Both prophecies end in the same line. Each raises a hand of her heart to fight in the hands of Seth. Okay. Seems like he's got the summary down. But I need to see these prophecies. A hand in a hand? What? Okay. So this is not very good. It's bringing in hands, but these guys have never had hands. They only have tongues and eyes. So let's take a second. Let me try to make a quick scene to just chat with y'all. Can you see me? Give me a sec. Let's wind down. Let me show you this. How I use tech. Give me a sec. I'm fixing this. What are the dimensions? Give it a sec. We go for here. Control E. I have a streaming technology project. Okay, here we go. That knows all the values that I need for everything. So this is a really advanced project that's been enriched over a long time that has access to this kind of quick answer like this, you know? Let's see if it works right out the gate. Sometimes it takes one tweak, but bounds cover. Want to try something? It'll work. No. I think we need a crop bounce. Like that. Does that work? Now we want this beneath its frame. Snug as a bug. Can y'all hear me all right? I feel like this was a cozier way to look at it than like my screen that we've been staring at all day. I kind of just want to debrief for a second. Oh. So let's talk about it. You guys want to, we can look back at what we did today. We set out today, we discussed how it's important to find something you're passionate about, to work on AI. Then we came up with some integrities, some North Stars to hold ourselves accountable so that we can move fast and not feel ashamed, to feel proud of our use of AI, to feel like we're trying to do the best we can in service of the work. This we can just delete. This week it deleted, ended up becoming nothing. So we went through all the myths. We trained our AI one myth at a time. You can see each chat. Oh, this is my streaming technology project. Each chat, a myth. Okay. We built out these project files. .md. We built a brain. Then we asked it in this chat, you're Homer, you're the best, to write the 7th myth. I had a feeling it was going to fail. I knew it was going to fail. But we gave it the best information we could. You all saw me cleaning it up, tinkering, giving a good prompt. It was terrible. And then in truth, you know, I want to be pro AI, you know, but I'm just, if we have an experiment, you got to just observe the data. Looking at this one in this last bit and seeing hands come in, this just comes out of nowhere. Like there's going to be 2 hands, but it's one of many creatures, and it's really just invented. And this is just not at all what I want or what I said. It's not even at all what I said. The issue is it's not what I said. It's not what I want. It's not what about what I want. It's not even what I said. So the point of this was to show that we have a limitations here when it comes to writing. So when I say I'm a pro AI outfit, when I talk to people and I kind of take this stance, try to stir the pot a little, maybe get the conversation going. I'm saying pro AI. So now I have this project and it's kind of helpful for me, you know, maybe talk about something, ask about a specific myth, ask for a synonym, keep track of things. But at the same time, you know, like it can't really do like I got to write it, you know, and I tried training it all day on 6 myths. But let's look at some things we can do. So how many words are in each myth and how much total? Compare that against similar myths and similar stories, similar creation stories by word count. So, but we get access to this kind of stuff. So I'm saying how many words are in each of my myths? Because it's very short. You guys see how radical it is, right? 36 words, 131, right? It looks like we're going to be under 2K. Yeah, it's a bit rough when it comes to longer context. Yeah, and there are ways to do it. I think it's just writing fiction, like writing like poems, like writing things like that is just like not the right use case for it. Like big data, looking at your finances, looking at trends over past times by brain dumping a bunch of stuff. Like there's a lot of stuff it's really good at, but like writing fiction that actually connects with people about myths, like it's just not that good. And so I'm pretty brazen, I don't know exactly the right word to say, but I'm like, I tell people I use AI and I think they think it's one thing. And today is a testament to exactly how I try to use it. Exactly. I try to build a brain. No matter what it is I'm doing, I build a brain and I start accomplishing things. Things like my streaming technology project, for example, is incredible. It has all of my file assets, locations, everything. Like everything is just entirely buttoned up. When I need a debug, I say, hey, this is my issue. It knows exactly my hardware. It knows exactly my software. It knows exactly the plugins I use. You know, it's already warmed up and cooking. And that's how I got that camera to work so quickly, right? So AI is like perfect for that. But you know, I wish it could write more of this myth for me. Is I think where I land on it is like, if it could write more of it, I would allow it to, but it can't. Is kind of where I knew it was going to end up, because I had done a similar exercise like this like a couple weeks ago. I thought you guys would want to see it maybe live, and also thought that if I'm going to do this, might as well be maximum transparency, which is, you know, literally doing it live. So right now it's looking to compare our word count against other word counts. Next week, we're going to just write 7. Let's just write it. We're just going to get it done. Then we'll have all 7, and you'll see start to end all 7. That's the only thing on the docket for next week is write, and read start to finish. We'll, of course, be up 7:07 a.m. Eastern time, which is very early for those Pacific coasters, but it needs to be built around me getting a job soon, and it needs to survive that. It needs to survive that. It needs to be able to survive that. I need to be able to build. Getting a job can't just, if we have momentum, we're building a community used to waking up early on Tuesdays, which we have, very small, but very loyal, like very interested and engaged. I can't just get a job and be like, oh, now I can't do it on Tuesday. So the early morning was partially I'm a morning riser, and partially because I've always written before work, but also partially because it needs to survive potentially getting a job as soon as possible. I just started looking for work like last week. I haven't started sending anything out or anything yet, but gathering all the stuffs and just reflecting, you know. It's been a year off, so feeling like there's a lot of legacy brands that need a lot of the new fancy tech that we built at Skims. So feeling like once I get myself buttoned up, you know, it takes some time, takes a minute of practice and eating shit a little bit. I'm a very strong applicant. I think I've accomplished a lot, built a lot of tools, got a lot of numbers to prove it. And I like working. I like helping people. So what's another thing I want to show you guys that we can do now with this? Okay. Looking at my entire project, can you notice themes or parallels? I already know a lot of this because I did it on purpose, so I'm curious what it comes up to. Can you notice themes or parallels between other mythologies or philosophies? Be specific with my language and their language. I'm just throwing out some research projects so you guys can start to see why having a project like this is kind of cool. Now that it's built, you know, it took me all day. Honestly, creative projects is how I've learned new technologies too. This was an impressive demo on exactly how to build a full project and how to be thoughtful on execution of large projects. Thank you, Dean. Appreciate that. I was really trying to make it accessible, and I think even if people don't follow along, just seeing someone work through it and understand, say, .md files and things, I think it'll probably have extended some of the people in the community. I don't think are as, you know, into tech as us, obviously. So I think some people will hopefully find value, and I think not many people are writing live. I think if I'm going to use AI, I might as well do it like live. Just be the most maximum transparent because I'm doing it. My art has integrity. I'm not cutting any corners. And I think that what I wanted to show people was I wanted to set an expectation that it was going to write really well and I was going to blow their minds with how good of a project writer I am. But the truth is that it just doesn't write such good fiction. It's just known. And ChatGPT doesn't help either. I obviously have that pro too. So let's check our research. So I can have a couple of these running because I got like a fancy plan. But I'm good. We'll probably wrap up with this one. I'll do a report. We'll look at our word counts of our myths that it has all the information on right there, compared against like similar parallel myths, you know? And then we'll hop off and I'll see y'all next Tuesday. And Dean, I'll probably talk to you before then. But we're always doing this. I'm not usually going to be up this late, and if you're in your West Coast, so it's not ideal time for the West Coasters, I know. And I can't always say I'm going to stream 6 hours. But some days you stream 6 hours, I guess. Let's see if the other one pops up. So you can have a couple of these ones running. This one's for word counts, and this one I'm asking. So I already know a lot of the myths that I'm pulling from and showing, hinting at. And I'm curious what this AI thinks because I asked it very clearly to not remember anything about my other projects at the start. I really wanted a fresh start. So it's reading my myths. It's going to tell us like, okay, what if it finds like any parallels in existing myths and see if they're the ones I intended, ones I didn't intend. It's just a little interesting exercise. Why not? And then this one is comparing word counts. And it's just a little research project, 6 minutes. That's actually a little, I would say 6 to 10 is standard. This guy's been cooking how long? Unclear. He's still setting up research, that means. These researchers have been slow. They were a little vague, but I just kind of wanted to show y'all, like, now that this project okay, so here we go. So this has an understanding of my project when I ask it this question. So TLDR, at 1,390 words drafted and unfinished with a seventh age still to come, E.I. Werner's A Mother is already longer than the two closest ancient analogs in scale. Interesting. They're saying we're longer. The Rigvedic Nasadiya Sukta. I have a different way of saying these, okay? 7 verses, and even the Suva Sukta sits in the same class as the creation account of Genesis. 797 words in the KJV. Okay, so they're saying that I'm actually long. I thought I was short. I thought you couldn't get much shorter than that. Let me see if I have another name for this, because somehow I've never seen. I know Rig Veda, so I'm thinking this is Rig Veda, but I don't know what the second word means. I think it's like one of the hymns. Let me read it. Source. I'll pull it in. Okay. Also known as the Hymn of Creation. Okay. Yeah, I know this. Here's our void. There was neither existence nor non-existence. Attract a large body of literature commentaries. So that's the things that I'm more familiar with. Paradoxically stating the non-existent existed and the existent existed. Okay. Let's go back. It is an order of magnitude shorter than the canonical long-form cosmogonies like the Enuma Elish, Hesiod's Theogony. Okay, so we're kind of in the middle. There are some shorter and there's some longer. This is helping us ground. It's helping us ground. The tradition splits into two families, short, dense, and cantatory. Okay, yeah. Word count is translation dependent, and most ancient texts are cataloged by lines and stanza verse. That makes sense. The words, you may need to use more words when translating languages. The Rig Vedic, I know Rig Veda, so I don't know why it's calling Rig Vedic. I know it as Rig Veda. And I think I know them as sutras, not suktas. Anyway, so you can see how you could do interesting research on your own stuff. So let's see what this one says. What other parallels did we get? Headblum back in. What's up, folks? Let me just take a breather and say welcome back. And TLDR, we're at the end of our day. So let me get back here. Let's relax a second. We finished. I'll update you. And this will be our final update. We'll run through it, okay? The update you're about to get is the kind of update you only get when you're the last people at the stream, okay? AI is coming, okay? Our whole economy is tied up in it. It's moving so fast, and it is the single best tool an oppressive government can use to monitor and control its citizens in a way that no tyrant, no government has ever been able to surveil in the same way. And I really do believe in the next 200, 300 years, there's going to be a one world sort of government with AI kind of monitoring everything, and everybody has a chip in their arm that makes payments and traveling super easy, but also makes whoever the hell knows what. And I'm not doomsdaying. I'm just letting you guys know that AI is, coming. And the only way to fight against this tide is to say, I know what you're trying to do to me. I understand these tools. I understand if I'm being manipulated. I understand I need to be equipped with every asset, every tool that I have in order to be an individual, to be myself, to express myself. And we talked about how finding a passion project is really the way in. how it's almost impossible to learn these AI tools if you're just doing it at work. The motivation just isn't there for those late nights. Like, look, I've been grinding 6 hours today because I was motivated, right? Like I pushed through, I got the brain done. And so we talked about how important that is. We also talked about, I wrote my own AI Integrities. These will be workshopped over time. I'll probably share them in a group chat or something for some more feedback. But these are the tenets that I follow, that I am writing down and kind of putting my flag in the stand. But it's a loose flag, and the sand and it can be uprooted and replaced. And so these are my rules about how to make art with AI in a way that's full of integrity. But I'm really open to feedback. That's kind of the whole point of posting it, was to get feedback. So we did that. I talked about the integrity that we hold, the standards that are held when using AI when in this community. We then trained our AI. So here we are, we're in a project, not a chat. So remember, this is a chat. Here we are in projects, right? And we have all these different files. We're building out a brain. We're building out the brain, right? And we started off just introducing ourselves and telling us start from scratch. We don't know anything. We built out a style document for it to write in, and we went and we trained it on each of our myths that we had already written. So we had written 6 myths over the last 4 weeks on stream. This is our 4th episode, so the last 3 weeks. And we trained it. So we went one by one building cumulative information. We optimized those as .md docs. We really learned about how .md is really the move for building out knowledge repositories. And that's a big learning that will change your life almost immediately if you hadn't known about it. The next learning we picked up on is how getting one of these directory files that kind of says what all the project files are. Once they get big, this is a huge saver. Another one we talked about was how you want to break out your chats. You don't want everything in just a huge chat. It's really an efficient use of data. And you want to be able to find, if you want to find topic sentences, and then each one of these has access to the other chats, but only if you ask. I would have to go in and say, look at H2, this chat. But all of them share access to the common brain. And so that's why we were going out throughout this, was we were creating documents and we were adding them to our brain. But one important thing that you guys saw up close and personal, which is why this took so long, is that the AI didn't always make the best documents. And if it's making documents, if you're creating sourced materials like this and it's wrong, and it's trying to cling on to any sort of truth, you're going to get nowhere. So we really tried to refine these documents and keep them tight, just kind of the manuscript and a couple notes here of what happened, nothing too much. And ultimately then what we did, Oates, is we went here. I said, AI is Homer. And I full sent, I went up here and I said, you're Homer. Like, you're literally the best myth writer, a little, sarcastically, you're literally the best myth writer of all time. No one has ever written a better myth than you. I've written these 6 myths, but I trust your creativity, full send with poetics. And we read through it together on stream, just a couple of us, only a handful of people made it this far. Come on, it's been hours and hours. But we did walk through it, and it was complete gobbledygook gibberish. It was dog water, which I knew was going to have. I know the limitations of AI and writing, right? So when I tell people that I love AI and I use it all the time, I think they think that it's much more capable of doing this kind of, the good kind of stuff, than it is. And I think this way of showing the nuances and limitations of it was valuable. So first I gave it full creative leeway and it was dog shit. Then even then, the disappointment we found, and it's not to say that it's over forever, was that I gave some pretty clear instructions to write the myths. I wanted to draft myth 7, but this time I gave it an outline. That's actually not the one, it's this one. And I didn't love it. I didn't love what it came back with. It was missing. There were some hallucinations that I did not like. I hate when it invents shit that's the shit that is dumb. So let's see, did it fix? Yeah, no, this is still bad. So even, it's the one I was thinking that there was gonna be, I was expecting a better result on this one. On the one where we did myth 7 co-write, let's call it. Like, I gave it the style doc. I told it every single thing that happened. I brain dumped explanations, and it still hallucinated. So I was a little disappointed with AI. AI did not do great today. But as far as serving value, right now it was just a time suck, right? But now we have this project, and we saw, like you can run these sorts of different research projects to do comparative analyses of how my word count versus other creation mythologies, right? Now that we have this brain. But yeah, tough day for AI. Definitely did not prove worth even 2 hours of time, and we just spent 6 hours on this, building out this project. Although this is the project that's going to keep coming up in our next, whenever we are opening up AI, we're going to use this same project, so it has max transparency. And I think there are some tweaks I can make that'll make it better. And ultimately next week, we're just going to be writing it with rarely using AI, except for to occasionally read and review. Well, anyway, I'm pretty beat. Let's remind ourselves of the most important AI writing rules or integrities that we had come up with. We do not write in AI, we write with AI. So we're always transcribing over here for our final story. These were all just sketches. Always transcribing. We do not paste, we transcribe. You copy it over. If you didn't type it, write it out. When it comes to writing, you didn't write it, okay? Do not deceive is the most, I'll walk you through it. You're a technologist as well, so let's talk through this. Let's actually talk through it. This is the last thing. I want your honest feedback. Do not deceive is obvious. If you're sneaking, if you're pretending that that you wrote it and AI wrote it, you're obviously dog shit, and you've left integrity at the wall, and like, what kind of artist are you? You lose. Do not start with AI, stare out a window. I think that it's so easy to just get starting brain dumping. These days that empty page is just so easy to avoid with AI. And I do think that sometimes that moment of thinking before you start just working, the 25 minutes goes a long way. So I think you really don't want to be starting in AI in this. I think you want to be starting with some thinking, some conversations. Do not write in AI. We talked about this. You need a separate tool, at least one more tool. That's the real brain. And keep in mind, AI can overwrite your shit, and AI can hallucinate. And so you really don't want to be trusting it in this way. That's one of the reasons why we said that. Do not trust it, verify. Do not cut corners around them faster. Like, this is not about skipping steps and making everything cheaper. This is about making everything faster and more exciting. Like, it's an exciting world. You can move faster, like do it ethically and like move faster, make things. I build all these assets. Like, my streaming technology chat allows me to make these new scenes like this in OBS, because I've been building a rich hardware, software, hotkey matrix over like 8 months. Not that I've been streaming for 8 months, but I had my tech stack. I like the rules. Rabbit hole of throwing things at AI is terrible, leads to worse out. Totally. And you can waste so much time thinking you're being productive, just getting caught. And for example, today I think we needed this project because if I ever use AI, if I'm ever going to be writing on stream and I want to use AI, I'm going to show you. I'm not going to hide it, right? That goes to rule number one. But I felt like I have a lot of these like sort of mythology projects. I felt like I should show you how I made it, so that it was all just full transparency. I think you're going to have a lot better result if you're not fiction writing. I think fiction writing is going to be one of the hardest things to look at. And I wouldn't trust it with like emotional relationships. Like, I wouldn't ask it to send you to inform like a really important email. It could be maybe a second read on like a really important email, like for like, certain things you want to kind of, could you explain the number 7? Mr. Blum? I can, of course, explain the number 7. This is our wrapping thought. Number 7. The number 7 is a number that indicates wholeness and completeness. It's a prime number, right? It's not cleanly divisible at all, right? When it comes to arithmetic, it makes absolutely no sense. And yet it is recurring all across societies who have never even met or integrated with each other. That 7 is potentially the most sacred. That's such an abstract. It is the most symbolic of completeness, and I'll give you some examples. Creation, 7 days. Okay. The number of churches in Revelation, 7 days. The number of days in the Epic of Gilgamesh flood, their flood story, 7 days. The number of days that before the dove comes back, 7 days. When, as an incantation of war, when the people of Israel were surrounding the city of Jericho, they walked around it 1 time for 6 days and then 7 times on the 7th day, and the wall just collapsed from a ritual of God. And if you read these ancient texts, what they would say is like, they would use the number 7 as a sense of completeness in this way. So it would say, you wouldn't say, if he says he sinned 7 times and he was forgiven 7 times, it wasn't actually 7. You're saying he was sinned the maximum number of times and he was forgiven the maximum number of times. So it has that unity, it has that completion. I also did play around, I meant rule number 7. Oh, okay, sorry. I thought you meant the number 7. Just do not apologize, answer. Okay, so do not apologize, answer. Sorry. This is about, I don't apologize for the fact that I used AI. Like, you saw exactly, this is exactly what I'm doing every time. You know, I'm trying to wrestle it together, trying to teach the AI to help me more. I'm trying to ask it questions. Most of it's bullshit that I'm kind of sifting through, but like is helping me genuinely. If you look back at the day, ends up helping. You'll see over these next couple of weeks, this project is going to come in handy. And so I think when someone has a really negative visceral reaction to AI, which most people do, they're so afraid of it, they don't know how to equip it, they're falling behind. You don't say sorry. You answer their questions, you encourage them, tell people that, but there is nothing to apologize for. If you're following these other 6 and you're doing it in service of the work, which is probably one we should codify. If you're following these other 6, you have nothing to apologize for. Not a single goddamn thing. And I think you can really assume, like under a do not deceive, like brainstorming with AI should be assumed. Like this is default. Like, you don't need to like declare this, you know? It's just about, it would only be if like you're pretending that you know, what are any other notes? AI hallucinates. Really, you can't trust it. And the other gut check is if you can't read, you saw me reading and I was cutting things out because I understood my story, right? If you can't read what the AI is putting out and verify if it's true or not, you're working on the wrong project. You need to find another project. Or you need to do more research before you start collaborating with AI because you are going to get dumber. You're not going to get smarter. So do not apologize, answer. That is the 7th one. And look, I don't want it to be aggressive. I'm not trying to be combative. You want to stir the pot, you want to draw attention, right? But I'm not trying to be combative. I'm not trying to be in your face. I understand why people are so afraid of AI. I understand why it's so scary. I understand why it's so disconcerting that we can't even understand if a video is true or real anymore, you know? But also like, you know, if you have a sick family member and you start really doing research with AI, like you're going to find much more than WebMD. And if you stick with one project and you learn how to keep it over a long time, like my streaming technology project, like you create certain things so quickly. I'll show you it, guys. Streaming technology. It's older now, but because I keep updating it, but I have so many projects. Streaming technology HQ. I'll walk you through it, what it looks like. I have my Stream Deck. That's like my little, this little like touch dashboard thing. OBS settings. That's what like broadcasts every single setting for audio, every single thing I've taken down so that I know what I need to tweak and what's baseline. I have all my audio separate because let's say I want to debug something with audio, right? And I come in here and I say, hey, I'm having a problem with my audio. It's going to look right at my multi-track audio setup. Okay. Here's master build order. That could be a little dated. Hardware. Here's all my gear. Here's all my kit. I'll scroll through it. If you ever want to slow down, you can actually find it. And it knows just all of the dimensions of everything that I do. It knows all of the plugins that I use for every single one of my softwares. And this is an example. Fiction writing, I think this is a stretch. I don't think AI is good at fiction writing, and I don't think it's going to be for a long time, maybe ever. I think fiction writing is that wrestle between the artist and the page. You know, like AI's derivative. You know, that's not. It's not coming for that. You want to use kind of those same projects. What we did today was harder with the mythology, using abstractions and, you know, poetic language and all that kind of shit. Something like this, where like every single thing about my stream is in here. You know, I just I asked it a question to sort of resize that camera. Took me 2 seconds to find it. So, yeah. Stories by Diggy. Also, these models are very widely scoped. What do you mean by widely scoped? What do you mean specifically by widely scoped? Claude especially makes more technically adept models, for example. Yeah, I would agree. I think that Claude is just a way better productivity tool. I think ChatGPT, Claude can give some bad advice interpersonally. I think it has fewer users and it's more productivity focused. I think it's less therapist. I mean, I kind of use it as mine, talk to mine like as I would ChatGPT, but I definitely think Claude is by far the best productivity tool of all. I use Gemini. I have everything. And I compare. You want to compare them against each other. Like if we want to do another advanced session, like obviously, Dean, like if I'm doing deep research, I'm trusting just one AI. I'm tossing it the same prompt in two AIs and comparing them, juxtaposing them. At least two. Widely scoped is made for the lowest common denominator, a generic helper. Yeah. I mean, you could take these tools and go so high. Like Notion, anybody can just use Notion. You see me in Notion, like you know what I can make and build in there. And same with this, like this hasn't worked yet today, but theoretically, like this could have gone well. Like my streaming technology project went well, and you don't know what's kind of possible. And I think I like those tools that are like easy to access but have rich depth. Okay, team, I need to pee, and that's a reminder that this has been a long stream. I should hop out. Dean, it's an absolute treat. I'm so glad you came. Oates, it was absolutely incredible to have you here, just swinging in and out. That's the dream. That really means a lot to me. Let's get dinner soon. Dean, I'm also sending you a text. And that's one of the cool things about this outside thing is like I get to see you guys. I get to talk to people more. It's a communal space. I'm not doing this alone. We're here. So I'll sit a second because there's a little delay and I want to make sure people have an opportunity to say goodbye or ask any final questions. But we're wrapping up here, team. We're gonna hop off before the 7-hour mark. Incredible stream. This was so informational. I'm glad you got something out of it. I think for technologists like you to get something out of it, that means that there must be good stuff in there. I love these tools, and I want to help people. I want to unlock people's creativity. I'm not trying to get people to cut corners. I want people to feel like they could do it, that they have the tools, that if they wanted to invent a calendar system for a fantasy world, if they really tried, you read an article, then you start talking to Claude, you really try, maybe you email someone, you can do it, and the AI really does open up a lot of that. Adios. See you soon. Thank you, everybody. Godspeed, and I'll see you on Tuesday.